Hello and welcome back to Pact of the GM. We are here for episode 12, Paying for Hubris, a title that I've already been told off for putting, but I feel that it's apt. We are a collection of unlovable misfits. Well, they are, and they have all sworn their souls to me, the GM. Now, we seem to be doing this every single week, but we are down yet another player. Gavin is off gallivanting with in-laws, I believe, and if he's not gallivanting with in-laws, then he has no excuse, and he has to apologise to us all profusely. Additionally, we're also down another player. That is the fantastic Travis Willingham. A lot of you may be aware of him and what his work has done for forwarding the profile of Dungeons & Dragons. However, we discovered, we believe, that he ate some raw chicken, and he is currently in a titanic battle with salmonella. So obviously we have £5 on Travis, and we are awaiting the result of that fight. But because of it, he can't join us tonight. Still, we're going to carry on from where we left off, and we left off in a rather precarious situation. And to give us the summary of how we got to that situation and where exactly we are, Jake is this week.
Yeah, so what a last session it was. We started off in Farrick, in the tavern, having just figured out that the headsman was heading off towards one of the northern sectors of this sort of island that we're on. Geronimo went and spoke with a dragonborn barkeep called Parbelry, who let us know that there is the bald man, the headsman, went to Yarnskal, which is this place to the north. What we didn't double check was how far away Yarnskal was. So whilst we had this time limit for getting our captain his captaincy slot, it took us 2 days to get there. So after having visited sort of the magic shops and getting some money, Brandon sold some scrolls, and we just prepared for our journey. We ended up getting there, and we went inside to the tavern. And when we were in there, we were sort of looking around, trying to see what happened. Oh, sorry, I forgot one thing. On the way to Yarnskal, I forgot about this. We were attacked on the road by a sort of creature, and I believe it was a chimera that we fought and dispatched fairly quickly, but it was a good fight anyway. So when we get into Yarnskal, we go to the tavern, and inside of the tavern, we're speaking to the barkeep, and I think we had a very good roll, and he revealed that there may or may not be a bold man who came recently in one of the back rooms. And we as a party decided, well, there's a discussion, and the discussion that won was we should go in with Baron and Natara as a rat and try and talk to them and kind of get the lay of what they're doing. So that's what we ended up doing. But unfortunately, due to the mystical powers that the headsman has, unfortunately, they didn't believe Baron, and Natara got forced out of her rat form. And a scuffle started, of which we were losing quite badly when we ended, I believe, with Brannon and Natara down, with only Baron, Durgus, and Geronimo left. And I believe that's where we left off.
Yeah, a pretty good summary. You said it was a chimera we fought. That was actually a mistake on my part, because I think I told you chimera when we were chatting before this. It was actually a manticore. Slightly.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, slightly different power.
You said manticore last time.
I think you did say manticore, but I totally forgot.
That's fair enough. They're so similar. Still, we are pretty much leaping right back into that combat, which is at the start of the round, for us, combat-wise, with this gaggle of berobed figures adorned and covered in these terrible mutations that seem to have come from the sea, crustaceans and different barnacles just stuck to their body as their limbs have begun to form into tentacles, their skin peeling away almost like seaweed from just the brief glimpses you can catch underneath these very long hanging robes. Behind them, the very, very round, almost hairless form of Argo staring out towards you, these kind of mole eyes hidden behind this mix of goggles and glasses, as he seems to conjure some kind of magic with his hands. Meanwhile, as Durgus and Geronimo kind of fight desperately in the doorway, Baron lays across the floor, only just kind of coming to from I suppose, a stupor that he has been under for the last few seconds. which has been the last few rounds for us, whilst Brannon continues to bleed out in the corner and Natara has just been stabilized by one of the bad guys. We shall hop straight back into our combat. If I just throw our music back on. Yeah, there it is. Okay, perfect. We jump straight back into our combat, beginning at the top of the round with Natara. Natara, you are unconscious. There's not a huge amount you can do. The Null Flesh Gnawer is dead, so we can go straight down to Durgus.
Well, this is fun. So Durgus, basically, he's been desperately trying to ward off the tentacles and the beatings and stuff on the two in front, right?
Yeah, that's been basically, you've been lashing out with your axe whenever you can, taking these fairly solid blows. Fairly well, but you're beginning to show that wear and tear. You know, they've hit you a few times really hard, you're struggling to focus as much now. The fight is not going your way, but...
Right. I forgot. Is it an action or a bonus action to summon my Drake companion? Okay, it's an action, that's good. I think Durgus, obviously realizing that, you know, things aren't exactly going the best right now. He's going to try and reposition. He's going to try and draw some attention away from this little hidey hole. So what he's going to do, reach down. I've got to double check if this is a verbal thing. It is. He's going to cry out in Dwarven as he sort of goes to try and bat away his tentacle arms. Something along the lines of, move like the wind. As I'd like to try and cast with a bonus action, Zephyr Strike, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So that means, I think it's no attacks of opportunity. You get some massive bonus to your movement speed. And on a turn, you can declare that you're making a free attack that does bonus damage if you hit.
Yes. On one, an attack roll on your turn. So I still need to do the attack, but obviously I can't do that because I'm going to do something else. Which will be, and as he begins to run, this wind sort of rushing around his form. He's going to point to where he was before, and sort of out of beneath his little kilty thing he's wearing would appear the form of Pudge. As I'd like to try and summon my Drake companion with my action, if that's okay, just right where it was.
So in a puff of smoke, your chromatic dragon will appear. What particular variety are you having today? You're doing it over easy, hard boiled.
Well, these people are pretty water based, right?
Appears so.
You know what? Screw it. Let's go for lightning.
Ooh. Okay. So he comes out in this kind of electric blue, far brighter than he is normally when he's in this kind of shifting, not particularly monochromatic form.
Yep. And with him appearing there as essentially Geronimo's human shield for now, Durgus is going to try and duck and weave between the forms of Baron and all these cultists, as I'd like to try and basically yeet my way up towards the top of the room, if that's okay, Alex.
Yeah, I believe there's no attacks opportunity whatsoever, and you have like 65 movement this turn.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and move, actually. I mean, they'll be able to come and whack me either way if they want, but I think he'll make his way up to this
30.
corner.
So that's 30 so far, so you've still got like another 30 if you want.
I can't get up to there, can I?
No, that's kind of, you're looking at the size of the room.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I could have run away, but Durgus isn't the type to run away.
Okay, that's fine. So Durgus makes his way forwards, having cast his spell, the wind beginning to kind of billow around him, as he almost seems to draw shadows on himself. Behind him, Pudge is left in his wake, popping out of the smoke and beginning to snarl and snort, and this kind of static electricity sparking from his nostrils as Durgus moves his way up the room, away from the kind of concentrated mass of bad guys, as we go to the next turn, which is Brannon, who will be required to make a death saving throw. Brannon has currently got one failure. He will make a success. So Brannon is still bleeding out, but you know, he's on the path to recovery, as we go to the next turn, which is the Risen. Seeing what has just been summoned, we are going to have one chase after you, Durgus. Pudge can take a reaction to strike out.
I think it will. There you go. Just give me a second. Features. Let's go for a bite, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Those are both awful rolls.
14. A 14 will hit, so it'll take 3, which is rolled, and I think the 2 is, that's just the base. So 3, that's 5. So with a nasty clamping down of the jaws as the acolyte steps away, there is a shriek of this kind of deep, hollow pain as the teeth rip through the back of the robes, tear through this flesh, pulling away this almost pale, bloated, as if sunken flesh, as the creature stumbles up still towards you, Durgus. Very much kind of death in its eyes, looking to hurt you, but in a very rough state now. As this one to the south of you there, Baron, is as of yet unaware that you stood up, and is going to use 15 feet to get round to the other side of you, so that the front 2 can attack Pudge, and the one near Durgus can attack Durgus. So we will have 2 attacks against Pudge, top and bottom. What is Pudge's AC, please?
16.
So the 11 will miss, but a 19 will hit him for 3 damage. However, because he has a friend within 5 feet of the target, they will activate their sneak attack.
Yeah, that was the thing that was tough last time. They had the sneak attack.
They did, dealing another 6 points of damage. So a nasty blow with the it's almost a hammer-like fist that swings round and clobbers into the side of Pudge. Meanwhile, towards you, Durgus, the one is going to lash out towards your back as you're kind of moving away. And it will roll very badly. A 9.
Yeah, that won't hit.
Yeah, so as it lashes out towards your back, you're still kind of somewhat wreathed in the purplish shadows that the Zephyr Strike provides, and this causes the mace kind of hand to swing out and just about miss you as the creatures continue to dance around in this melee. But that is their turn brought to an end. Geronimo, you're still pretty scared, but you've got a Drake in front of you now.
Seeing Pudge in front of him, Geronimo is going to pat the Drake, especially as it took quite the beating. And as he does so, he's going to cast Cure Wounds on it.
Go for it.
Heal the shield.
Pat the Drake on the bum. Give him some healing.
Give him a bit of a healing spank.
7.
7 healing. Let me make sure I apply that as healing and not as damage.
Kills him.
Instantly kills him. Nope, there we go. The Pudge is already looking better.
As he lets his hand off the Drake, he's going to look towards Tank and go, "Hey, Tank! Go help the others. Make sure they don't die." And Tank is going to walk. Yeah, he's going to. Let me see. He can walk 15 feet, can't he?
Yes, I believe his movement is 15.
Okay. And. Yeah, okay. He's going to just walk straight towards Brannon.
Okay.
And he's going to, as a bonus action, let out the temporary hit points.
Okay, roll the temporary hit points. As a pulse of healing energy kind of sparks out of the top of the gun.
Let's me do this. Click that.
So many dice.
7.
7 healing. So for Brannon, we'll count that as a stabilize. So that as the healing kind of invigorates his body, the grievous wounds that might have seen him suffer and die are just about patched back up together, as we shall take him off dying and just put him on unconscious. For Natara, you will take that 7 as temporary hit points, which will bring you to consciousness, but this is an energy that is quickly and rapidly fading.
How much was that hit point?
7. It's temporary hit points, though. Just make sure you do note it as temp, because over time that will fade, and you may very well still fall unconscious again. But you are not unconscious, but you are prone.
Yeah, and Baron gets it too.
And Baron, I don't know if you have any temp hit points at the moment, but you can either, in which case you take the 7.
Ooh, so I just take it as normal hit points, or?
No, it goes on to, there's a temp hit point slot you have to put in, and basically you knock off temp first, and then you take your normal ones.
Nice.
Okay. Anything else from you, Geronimo?
No, he's going to stay exactly where he is, feeling like Pudge is a good guard dog for the minute.
He is so far. Baron, we're over to you. You haven't got the marker on you, but you are prone at the moment, kind of lying in the middle of the floor where you were sat on for a very long time by a knoll that now lies dead off to the side.
Well, finally coming to after this arduous battle, Baron's going to use half his movement to stand up, and then very, very quickly build himself up into a rage, forming the ethereal anchor in his hands. And right in front of him, standing that cultist, he's going to strike down at him.
Give me that roll.
The rage first. And this will be just like a normal roll.
Okay.
I want to play it safe. For 22.
22 will definitely hit, and you will deal 6 points of slashing damage.
And then
as
plus
the
2 from the
1 plus 2, yes.
the rage.
Of course, that's
Yeah.
8 points of damage. As the axe kind of swings round and hits the hip of the creature, you feel a little bit more resistance than you were expecting. Kind of these things don't appear to be wearing any armor, but there's that kind of deflection of striking some kind of chitinous exoskeleton or just some kind of rigid hard bone structure that might be fused to the hip itself. As the axe comes away, though, there is still a great sway to the side, and you can see that this impact has reverberated through the creature and definitely shook it and injured it.
Nice.
Anything else?
That's gonna be it for now.
We go to Argo's turn. Argo is looking less than certain now that people are standing back up. This was not what he had planned at all. So instead of that fun stuff, he is going to cast... He is going to use a bonus action to Misty Step, basically out of the back door. And you kind of lose sight of him as he takes this angle that he can view outside of the room. There is just this kind of collection of mist. It foams around him, grows up, and then with a kind of flash almost of moonlight, he pops away. You can hear footsteps outside of the door, quickly departing as Argo seems to make it into a run. And that will be his turn as we go back to the top of the round with Natara, who is now conscious but prone.
Very nice. I guess I should get up then, first of all.
That takes half your movement, but you can stand right up.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Baron, is he unconscious still doing death saving rolls?
Brannon is unconscious, but the healing magics has somewhat stabilized him, yes. So he is no longer making death saving throws.
Okay. I'm going to go and cast a Cure Wound on myself.
Go for it. Give yourself the old pat down, rub your knees off.
Yeah.
Take a little bit of dust off those shins.
Dub.
For 10 points of healing, that's big healing. I'll apply that to you. Perfect, there you go. I mean, Natara was down and out. Struggling, brought back by these temp hit points, just a kind of last gasp of air that was quickly fading. All of a sudden, those wounds begin to tie together. The natural magic swirl around you, almost like growing thorns up your body, and as they wither away, your flesh, while still showing the signs of having been damaged, it is now pink and new, almost like a baby's, as your body knits together very, very well.
And then she's gonna go over to Brannon, just like next to him, preparing to maybe give him a little rub-a-dub-dub.
Okay.
Next round. On
the next round, perfect. I'm going to take the Knoll off of there because he's actually dead. Durgus, we are over to you.
Here's a question for the team. Do I try and chase after Argo? Because obviously I've got Zephyr Strike on still, so I can essentially just run and try to yeet him. Staring.
I believe the speed of Zephyr Strike only lasts a turn. You are back at your normal speed.
Yeah, I think
I got a normal speed, but it's the dodgy doesn't what's it bloody called? Attack opportunities. It doesn't. That still lasts until the spell.
Yeah, you haven't. So there's no attacks of opportunity right now. That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize.
Yeah. So the attacks.
My only worry is that you're actually low health, and Argo blitzed us last session. Yeah. So if you run after him and in a gamer sort of way, if you run after him and you're alone, and I can't chase because I'm feared, Jono's cleared and Brandon is down. Like it just might be. Yeah, I'd worry that he just turn around and bam, and then it's an Edward situation all over again.
You will have seen, with regards to your observations, Brandon, who was at full health, step into the room, be a bit helpful, and then get one hit by a spell that Argo cast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a bad idea then. Instead, I think Durgus is going to... now here's a question, Alex. Will you let me non-lethally throw an axe? Like hit them with the blunt end?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. If that's the case, so he's still shrouded in this strange sort of purpley mist. He's going to duck beneath this incoming tentacle and sort of speed on over towards the side, bundling his throwing axe into hand as he goes. And as he spins, he's going to sort of cock an eyebrow and squint a bit as he's trying to obviously do something he's not really done much before. And using the Zephyr Strike, launch his axe towards the thing, but obviously aiming to sort of whack it in the head with the blunt side.
Okay, make that attack roll.
So I get advantage because of Zephyr Strike. Come on, Blizz. Oh, that's a 22.
22. Yeah, 22 will definitely hit, and with 8 points of... I mean, roll the extra d8, but you don't really need it.
Yeah. Well, this is the normal damage, which is 9, and then I get the...
No, the damage. The normal damage is auto-rolled.
Oh, I didn't see that, sorry.
Yeah, the normal damage was 8, and then the extra d8 is giving you another 8. 16 points.
So 16,
Yeah. There is a loud thunk as the wood collides with the side of the skull, and you must hit, like obviously as I mentioned, these creatures are oddly shaped and malformed, but you still strike something where clearly there's a soft spot to the brain, because as you hit it with actually the haft of the axe, the head kind of shoots sideways, cracks into the wall, and the creature drops down. Dead or alive, you can't say for certain from this distance, but given that you didn't hit it with the sharp end, you're hoping alive.
Yeah, and with that, seeing this thing slump down, he's going to point with a big old beefy finger over towards Pudge. He goes, "Bloody rip my new one, Pudge!" As I'd like to use my bonus action to command him to give a little old bite towards the one just in front of him.
Of course. Make that attack with Pudge.
21?
A 21 will definitely hit as well, and that will deal the 6 points of damage. As Pudge launches himself into another assault, growling and snarling as the electricity almost pours out of his fangs. He snatches down onto the creature in front of him again, and this one has to shake to try and almost rip the Drake off. As Pudge retreats back, having made another successful lunge out and bite down on one of these things.
Cool, man. And I think that's my turn.
Brannon is unconscious. The priests, not feeling so good, and seeing that one of them has been flanked, one of the priests will step out from between Pudge and Baron, doing his best to avoid being flanked, as they are going to lunge probably at Baron. Both of them are going with their great swinging arms. Baron, that will be a 14 and a 23. So I'm going to assume the 14 doesn't. The 14 will. In which case, that'll give 12 damage from the 2 hits, and both will activate their sneak attack.
What kind of damage is it?
Bludgeoning.
If I get resistance on that.
I shall give you back 6 points of your health then.
Nice.
As the sneak attack damage comes in, which will be the same damage type, so I'll half it, whatever it is.
Cool.
So they both get sneak attack. So you will take 3 and 4 damage halved already. Cool. So half damage there, half damage there. So a couple of solid whacks to your body, but in your rage and with all of the adrenaline rushing around your system as it is, you don't really feel it, though the marks are beginning to show on your torso where the leathers have been torn away and patches of already purple bruising skin are showing. As we end their turn, because the third one is unconscious, and go over to Geronimo, who may be feared, but the sight of your fear is out of sight. Or no, sorry. The object of your fear is now out of sight, so basically all of the negatives are Gone.
Weldon, who was the object of his fear? Was it not the was it Argo?
It was Argo.
Ah, okay.
And
There we go then.
he's out of sight, so you basically don't have the effect of fear until he pops back into view. If he pops back into view.
If he does. Well, Geronimo, kind of feeling like as if a whole weight has been lifted from his shoulders, that sort of terror that was there, it's suddenly kind of not there anymore. He's going to look around and notice that the two ghouls had kind of flanked or kind of moved to the side of Baron and were hitting him. This one, it looks the most damaged, right?
Absolutely, 100%. That one has had a couple of nasty hits. One way back in last session, another with the axe, and then Pudge has jumped forward and bit it. It's looking in a real rough state, whereas the other one looks practically untouched.
Okay, so he is going to pick up a bit of chipping from the wall and hefting it in his hand. He is going to speak a few words of Gnomish under his breath as he then flings this bit of wall at the more injured one using catapult.
Of course, I believe that's a dexterity saving throw? Or is it a do you roll?
Let me have a look. I mean, I'm
It's a
shocking
saving
rolls.
throw.
But
No, that's fine. It's a saving throw. Let me quickly roll for it. It will roll a 15. So unfortunately, the chipping from the wall will strike up against the other wall just behind the creature as it ducks its head almost instinctively to avoid the nasty gouge of stone that might have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm. As he notices this duck, as a bonus action, Geronimo is going to call out towards Tank and say, "Yeah, keep blasting the healing." And Tank is going to once again pulsate with temporary hit points. If you have lost your temporary hit points, I think that you regain.
So how it works is, if you have temporary hit points, you can either keep what you have or take the new number. They don't add. So if you have 5 and he rolls a 7, you don't get 12. You can have either 5 or 7.
Yeah. So I've got 9 now.
So yeah, people can elect to take the 9, or they can stay on what they currently are on.
It's a max roll, I think, or like pretty high.
Yeah, it's a big roll. For Brannon, that will pick him up with temp hit points.
Yep.
I'll take
9
that
of
roll.
them, as he regains consciousness, but is prone, stammering and stuttering under that big floppy sun hat of his.
And that's the end of my turn.
Okay, as we go over to Baron, who is still caught up in his rage, the great anchor clutched almost blood-curdlingly in his left hand.
And within that rage, he is just going to strike down towards the more beaten up cultist again.
Mm-hmm.
I think Pudge would actually send forwards a bit of a shock of lightning to electrify the tip of the blade as it goes on down, as I'd like to try and use his like to use his infused strikes. Add an extra 3 if you hit.
I like it.
Damn. Let's go.
Oh, I can actually choose that when you
Ooh.
hit, but it's fine.
Look
Holy
at
shit.
the dice.
That's a lot of dice.
Oh!
But it's gonna be the 8. So unfortunately, as the axe fills with said lightning and spins round, the creature, which is already ducked out of the way of the rock, manages to shift its weight very quickly and avoid that strike as well, doing its best really now to kind of shove off these attacks, which are coming in thick and fast, really beginning to overwhelm it. Anything else for your turn there, Baron?
Oh.
I may have to convene with the party quick if you will allow it, or great DM.
We can for this one.
Should Baron go and chase Argo? It runs the risk of getting hit by opportunity attacks, but I don't want him getting away.
I don't think. If he one-shot bloody Brannon, I think he's a bit above our league right now. I think the best thing we do is kill these two who are still alive, interrogate the unconscious one. Hope it doesn't go as badly as our other interrogation, and yeah, just hope to see if we can understand what's going on.
I agree. I think we messed up going in. We should try not to.
We're doing so well now.
How the turntables do turned. What are you going to do?
Baron's gonna stay there and kind of just hold his ground, I think.
Fair enough. We go then to the next round, which is Argo himself. None of the rest of you can really hear this around the kind of the sounds of exertion, the sound of Baron caught up in his rage, the kind of violence going on around you, and obviously the epic fight music that you can all hear. However, Durgus, you can just about hear the continual retreat of steps very quickly running away, far faster than you would expect for a man of Argo's size. But slowly but surely those footsteps begin to dim until even you can't hear them over the sound of battle. As Argo gone. Natara, back to you at the top of the round, and you were going to go help Brannon, but Brannon appears to have woken up. There's a little bit of blood running down over his mustache. He's not in a great way, but he seems conscious.
Yeah, he seems conscious, so she's gonna go up to Durgus instead.
Okay.
And then give him a little pat down.
I'm imagining like the ones they do at the airport, like she comes across and starts checking in for
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
Sneaking dwarf liquor into the building. Yep, 7 points of this. So this is normal healing. So
Oh, I'm a king now. Look at that. Up to 10? Oh yeah, you did it for me.
no.
Well, it says I'm on 10
Why is
now.
it going down? Is he dying?
I didn't apply anything there. You should be up to 14. There you go. I don't know why it put you on 10. Wait, it keeps changing.
My temporary hit points. Because I had 3 hit points before, and then I had 7 temporary.
So you should be on 10 normal.
Yeah, 10. So I'm now on 10 normal hit points and 7 temporary. But for some reason, the bar's not gone.
That's fine. No, the bar is crazy and probably measuring your temp hit points first, but that's fine. We can, as long as you can see it on your sheet. Natara, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. We go on to Durgus, who is feeling a little bit better now.
Hell yeah, he is. And I think he's going to, yeah, I think he is now going to sort of step a little bit aside. Actually, wait, I've got to double check something real quick. Oh, no, I chose the other feature, it doesn't matter. I was going to do the thing where I look at, like, the retreating bold dude, and I get an extra thing when I'm tracking him or something, but I didn't choose that feature. Still, he's going to move to the side. And with the axe sort of flying back into his hand, he's now going to sort of turn it round, so the blade very much is facing towards... who should I go for? You know, let's just get this dude down. Towards the more weaker one. Oh wait, I mean, I don't know if I'm within a range. Give me a second.
Perhaps take a 5-foot step closer.
Yeah, there we go. Wow, look at that. He definitely moved there because he knows exactly. Yeah, and then he's going to take his axe and sort of whistling to Pudge as he throws the axe. In fact, you know, I get to decide if I hit, after I hit or not. So, you know,
that requires Pudge's...
Well, it's his turn is on the same as mine.
Okay, yeah.
So I'd like to. Well, I think
you're using it. No, that's fine. Yeah, okay, so then now it's using it now, and then it's on your next turn that it resets. Okay.
Well, it says when it hits, I can choose to do it on the infused breaks. So I'll do the RP if I hit or not. Oh, I think that's a hit.
25 is going to hit.
25, and then as the axe sort of soars forwards, it gets hit midair with this infusement of lightning as it's going to try and whack into the boy. That is
the official use of the word lightning. And in fact, with that 5, that actually brings the 7 up to a 12, which is over his remaining hit points. So the axe flies through the air, hit by the lightning, as you put it, on its way.
You did it.
Yeah, I did. It continues to pirouette, though, this time throwing off those blue sparks as it then hits down into the chest of the creature. There is a sickening crunch as bone and kind of body is split asunder by the impact of the axe, and the creature falls back against the wall. This dark Icarus blood beginning to run down immediately from the hit, already sparking with that lightning as the body quivers for a moment and then lies still. Dead.
And then I think Pudge is going to go for the kill on the last dude. I'm going to use my bonus action to do a little bite again, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course it is.
9's not hitting.
A 9 is not hitting, so Pudge is going to go for the kill, and he's been successful up to this point, but this last one is beginning to look around itself, realising what's happening. Doesn't look so good for it, and it manages to kind of take this defensive stance and see off the assault of Pudge.
It's fine.
Okay, Brannon is now conscious and prone. He's going to push himself back up with half his movement. And what can he do? Very little outside of magic, I think. Yes, he's remarkably unuseful.
Can he send a flurry of magic to someone?
Just pure magic. He's like,
I mean, he has a firebolt he can throw.
Yeah, do it.
got something.
A 23 will hit, though. And he'll deal 6 points of fire damage as he hits the creature with the firebolt. A scorch in the corner of the robes right around its shoulder area on the back. It's taken a hit, but it's still standing fairly comfortably as we go to its turn. Now it's not feeling so good, Mr. Stark. So it is going to use the cunning action to disengage as a bonus action. That means going through you, so it has to go 15 to get there. 5, 10, oh no, 15, yeah. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. It makes a run for the door. As it's going, in the midst of that movement, it is going to swing out at Durgus on its way past.
Literally hit and run, okay.
Literally a hit and run. It's a crime, but he's going to try it.
God damn, these cultists not obeying our laws.
Absolutely not. And with a 22, he's going to hit you for 6 points of damage.
It doesn't hit, mate. It doesn't...
6 points of damage, although I think that still stays well within the bounds of your temporary hit points.
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
I'm not
so...
into,
I was going to say, you take the solid blow there, and you feel that kind of bonus invigoration fade, and yeah, you're feeling more like your mortal self as the creature manages to make it just outside the door. Geronimo,
okay.
It's running.
I don't know if Jake's muted.
I think he's
No. I was talking to myself. I want to move 25 feet there.
Right, looks like it's through a wall.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. How do I?
So you are currently stood in the corridor behind Pudge.
Oh, poop. This is bad. I can't do anything.
You can get over Pudge, obviously.
Yeah, you can leapfrog over.
You're allowed to move through your allies. It's just a case of, you can't directly go.
Oh, no. Why are you there? I can't go.
They have blocked you off at the
Oh,
door.
hold on. I figured out. Can you move me here, please, next to Durgus?
Yeah. So we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 puts you up there.
Can I see them through the doorway?
No, that's in a wall.
Damn it. Jono's going to chase, and as his tiny little legs get there, he's going to stop and be like, damn, I can't get there. And then he's going to stop. That's it. That's my turn.
Mr. State the obvious.
Wait, no, hold on. I'll redo my... Tank's going to redo his thing, health points. Just as... Actually, no, Tank is going to come with Geronimo ever so slightly. He's going to move 15. So I guess he'll move there.
Okay.
So everyone is in range now.
Yep, so Tank makes it into the middle of the room before giving another pulse of this kind of white healing energy that hits everyone for 10.
Oh my god.
10 temporary hit
actually
points.
broken.
So everyone can bump their temp hit points up to 10.
Yeah. I had 7, but now I go to 10.
But now we're here at the top. Okay, so finally, Baron, the rage is filling you. You need to hit something or the rage might leave.
You gotta hit something. Baron is going to pretty much just stomp on through the room before also making his way out the back door. Axe in hand, he's gonna bring it up against this cultist. And we'll go all out. Let's go for the reckless and the...
Crazy. He wants advantage and a -5 and all the damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe.
Oh, shit.
17, which goes down to a 12. A 12 will not hit, I'm afraid. So as you go lunging out of the room, axe swinging around like a berserk madman, you all begin to hear the rise of these screams of terror. Before, there was perhaps sounds of confusion and like kind of people getting out of the way of what was clearly people, getting away from a fight. Now, however, the raging madman with froth coming out of his mouth and a giant anchor in one arm is swinging an axe quite publicly out the back of this tavern, trying to chop down this figure in robes, but swings through the air and just misses as the figure almost has to dive forwards to get away. But you have certainly taken this fight outside. As we go to Natara.
Who I believe is AFK currently.
Natara, however, is busy thinking about the meaning of life, and so instead we are actually at Durgus.
Okay. Durgus also seen this dude sort of push past him, whack him in the face, his big old tendril. He's going to sort of spin on his heel, watching him leave, and a big old furious brow furrows. As he goes to whistle once again quite harshly, obviously putting the two fingers in his mouth. It's like, let's bloody get him, punch! As he charges on out, sort of making his way towards the door. He is going to, I think, stand around here, as I imagine Pudge, I think, who has 40 feet of movement.
Pudge does.
Yeah, he sort of like wiles his way around and sort of tries to get to, you know what, he'll try and get in front of the dude.
Yep.
As I think, oh god, no, I'm in melee now. I'm a poopy butthole, but it's fine. Yeah, he's then going to cry out in Dwarvish. Do I have the translation? Yeah, there we go. Grot Uljandor! As he's gonna once more take his axe in hand, which now begins to be covered in these strange, almost thorny vines. As I'd like to cast Ensnaring Strike and then try to whack the fuff out of this boy in front.
Do it. Make that attack.
Okay. That does 1d6. Right. Let's do the attack first. Oh, 23, thank God.
23, that will deal the 7 points of slashing, and
then Ensnaring Strike, I'll just post.
Yeah, I believe it's a saving throw. It's a little bit of extra damage, and I think it's a saving throw to avoid being basically, restrained. Yeah. Okay, so it will take the additional 4... Wait, is that on the save? Oh, yeah, okay. It has to take the damage at the start of its turn.
Anyway, yeah.
No, it's got to be actually ensnared first. So it's going to have to make a strength saving throw against DC 12, which it will not make with a 5. So as the axe hits into the body of this creature, there is this kind of wretched shriek that forces people to run even faster away from the growing melee outside of the tavern. However, as the axe does strike, there is an explosion of those vines that lash around and begin to wrap around the creature, pulling tight almost like manacles and beginning to dig in these awful natural barbs that are going to deal the 4 piercing damage and restrain the creature.
God, yeah. I think with that, Durgus is going to use his remaining movement to sort of move up here, panting quite heavily now as he sort of tries to block this thing's exit, even if, it wasn't restrained.
That's all good. As we go to Brannon's turn, who is going to limp very quickly afterwards. And he's going to go, what are we doing? Where are we going? And with absolutely no roleplay answer, we'll go straight over to the Risen, who is restrained, and so has to make... Is this a saving throw as an action? So you need to reroll... I'll reroll the damage for it. It'll take another 2 piercing damage at the start of its turn. And it has to spend its action to try and free itself, which it will. And it will roll a nat 20. It will rip the vines from its body, though you can see they've just managed to do even more damage, tearing again further into the skin as the creature is looking desperately for a way out. Considering the dire straits it's in, it is going to use its bonus action to dash.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, and basically it gets to there, but that will give all 3 of you an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
So
I think...
Durgus, Barrand, and Pudge all make attacks.
Well, Pudge is going to use his electricity on one of them. It depends which hit. That is a 21.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It has 2 hit points. It doesn't matter. As it steps away, kind of all 3 of you lunging together, Durgus, you manage to slam your axe down into kind of the top of its skull, raking the blade down through its body. You don't quite split it in half the same way Baron might have done with his great axe, but you still take this awful cleaving scar that just cracks the skull open like an egg, and the creature is going to fall over dead, leaking what remains of the puddle of its brains out onto the floor. And with the last of the figures defeated and chaos somewhat ensuing around the tavern, we are at the end of combat.
Damn.
We
Well, I
survived!
think-
Oh my god.
We
What can I say?
survived.
All it took was me coming back, ladies.
Thanks
and
for saving us, Alex.
Yeah, you're
Thanks
welcome.
for saving us, Jensen.
No, it was all me. I'm the GM.
No, that was, I mean, he used the big bad guy to stabilize me. I mean, come on, thanks, Alex.
True.
It's fine. You would have got a 20 and stabilized yourself anyway.
Yeah, I believe. I believe.
There
in
was the assumption this would have gone worse for you. I'll say that for the sure.
Yeah. But Durgus obviously with his hand axe newly christened with weird creature brain, and seeing the screams and obviously the bit of the chaos going around, just sort of waves up a bloody hand. He goes, "Bloody back off! All right, official business." As he goes to try and take the legs of the cultist, sort of gesturing and whispering to Pudge to help drag it, as he tries to sort of drag it back into the building.
Pudge is going to nuzzle a cracked open skull kind of behind you, doing its snout the remains into the building. You leave a nice dark trail of brains behind you.
Geronimo notes seeing Durgus drag in the dead cultist. He kind of looks at him and goes, "Hey, good job, Bixie. I was chasing after him myself, but the small little legs I got ain't so good for chasing."
Well, mine are pretty much the same size as yours, but still, I think we survived. Is everyone all right?
Geronimo's going to look around at everyone and noticing Brannon. Has he still got the temp hit points?
Brandon has some actually, he might only have the temp hit points. Let me double check.
I think he does.
Yeah, I think he is only on the temp hit points right now. Yeah, so he's looking held together, but a little bit wavy as he kind of stumbles from side to side, clutching at his gut, which is where he was hit by the bolt of dark energy that Argo summoned and struck him with.
Yeah, I don't think Hatsy's looking so good. We should probably get him looked at or something. Anybody got any one of those medicine kits or something?
Yeah, I got some. Well, he sort of goes to sort of rummage through his bags. He goes, "Well, the only medicine I've got is music."
I think he bought one.
He got one?
I
on
am,
it?
I am rapidly checking through his list right now.
Because I'm pretty fucking sure he did.
I know he wanted to buy one,
Yeah.
but I don't know if he actually got his hands on one, so I'm just double checking in his inventory.
Brandon pats himself down.
He is patting himself down. No, I don't believe he does.
He bought a healing kit. I'm almost certain.
No, he was planning to buy one, but then you didn't win any money,
Oh, what a poopy butt.
and he bought magic scroll making equipment when you were in Farrick. So no, he doesn't have the equipment to make a healing kit or anything of the sort. He just shrugs weakly towards you, hiding underneath the brim of his hat, ashamed at his own incompetence.
Goggles, do you think you could give him a little touch up, or you ain't got anything in you?
Oh, no, I think I could do at least one more.
Okay. Yeah, make sure he don't fall over, because Tank's special ability ain't gonna hold up forever.
All right. Yeah, no, I can do one more, I think. She'll go and pat up Brandon once more. Well, not again, she hasn't done this yet. She'll touch up a new person.
Once more with feeling.
Yeah.
Ooh.
That's good.
For 10 points of healing.
That's like 75% of his HP.
That is pretty much all of his HP as a non-con build wizard. Yeah, that is literally like 70% of his health. Yeah, he's suddenly looking far better, though he's still clutching his stomach, rather pained. As he just nods his head. Thank you.
Right, well, if you're alive and we're alive, well, let's deal with the only other living person in the room. And he goes over quite triumphantly now, as he goes to sort of give the unconscious figure a bit of a poke before sort of leaning in a little too carelessly towards his sort of towards obviously like the general head area to see if the thing was breathing or at least it showed any signs of life.
It's certainly showing signs of life. You can see its body almost wholly swelling and then contracting as it seems to be sucking in lungfuls of air. As you get closer, this rotten stench and odor rises up to meet you. It's like old fish guts and briny, salty air. It just seems to permeate around this thing, like the bilges of your ship, but 10 times worse. As you get closer, you catch a glimpse underneath the hood and can pick out the malformed, totally disjointed, almost shifting features that have become warped by the ocean, which seem to almost slather and writhe around each other, though as you give it a poke, there's no real kind of sense of awareness. It doesn't rise from whatever slumber you've knocked it into.
Geronimo's going to look towards Durgus as he starts to poke the thing and goes, hey, Captain, don't you think we should probably take him back to the ship instead of doing it here? Because I'm thinking that I should probably go out there and talk to the tavern owner, let him know that there were cultists and sea creatures that we got dead here. And,
Durgus would sort of be reeling back from the stench, going quite firmly to hold his quite large, wide nose. So, buckets, bloody bit. Look, I think that's probably for the best. Judging by the screaming outside, I won't be surprised if the guards are over soon. It's up to you lot if you want to clean up and make our way out of here quickly, or we wait for them to arrive and explain ourselves.
Maybe Hetty can come with me to talk to the tavern owner whilst you take that one back to the ship.
Well, and he sort of fumbles around now. Is the thing sort of wrapped in like a big robe or something?
It's wearing like this kind of great sweeping long robes. Think kind of plague doctor-esque.
Okay, yeah. Well, I think he's going to go over towards the... oh, God, I've really selected both of them there. I think he's going to go towards the sort of the only... Well, obviously the one nearest. And sort of with his axe just try to sort of rip this robe up to, first off, have a proper look at this thing. And second off, obviously just try and pull the robe around to obviously try and use for later on.
Of course. As you do so, could you give me a charisma saving throw?
No, I'm not good at those. I believe in a thing called not love, because love sucks and always gives me shite rolls. Oh, for God's sake, it knew. With
a 4, you are horrified as you rip off the robes from this creature's body. Able to do so quite easily. They're robes, you have an axe, no issue there. The issue lies instead with the creature you are tearing the robes off of. There is only the vague outline that this thing was once humanoid anymore. Instead, its whole body now seems to resemble something of a reptilian squid. Its limbs and appendages have all taken on this kind of fused tentacle form. Its body is lined with these kind of rough scales, almost similar to the ones that are on Pudge, though looking far rougher like leather, and they don't have the same chromatic element. Instead, they all just seem to be this dark, murky kind of pastel-y colour, as if camouflaged almost for the bottom of a rock pool or something. Additionally, this one, alongside the one fused closed fist that has formed into this kind of strange coral hammer. Along its back, there are these great throbbing bulbs of almost like green, glowing, you're not quite sure what, all of which look like you probably don't want to touch them, as they just almost stand up on this thing's back.
Yeah, and obviously seeing this almost horrified, disfigured thing, he's going to back up quite quickly. So what in the bloody... He's sort of looking towards the others now, his eyes quite wide. Do we really want to be dealing with these things? I mean, look at it!
Yeah, they're pretty terrifying. I don't doubt it, but maybe you should just cover it up and.
I need this bloody ropes to wrap up the other one, so we don't, look weird carrying a corpse through the bloody town. But he sort of quite reluctantly goes forward, sort of turning himself to the side. So he doesn't have to look at the thing. As he sort of takes his foot and just tries to kick the thing over to at least put it onto its back. Because he tries to sort of nudge it into the corner so he wouldn't have to look at it before trying to sort of slowly peel the robe away from it.
Yeah, of course, that's absolutely fine. I have added 1 to your insanity.
Yeah, that's fine. And with this, he's sort of going to go over towards the thankfully wrapped one, and sort of like double wrap it like you would a past or a present, just trying to essentially get this thing up a bit more. Maybe tying one of the ends. I don't know how large these things are, but essentially just trying to make it look more like a carpet than anything else.
You can't quite reach carpet. You can reach corpse bundled in rags. That's about the most unobtrusive you can get this thing looking. These robes aren't particularly thick. It doesn't look great no matter how you do it, but at the very least you can cover its entire body.
Okay, yeah. And with it at least fully covered, he's going to sort of peer back. I suggest you go talk to the innkeeper. I wouldn't be surprised if he's already left the guards, but, well, I'll stay here, our little friend.
Oh, okay. Hey, Hatsy, you can come with me. And he's going to drag Hatsy, Brannon, with him to go back out into the tavern.
Yeah, Brannon would happily go stumbling along with you. I say happily, more just without a choice in this matter.
Mm-hmm.
Moving out back along the corridor, you step out into that kind of common room where the bar was sitting, kind of centre pride of place, and the whole place has been mostly abandoned. There are a few very staunch drinkers that still remain, mostly pressed up into one corner as far away from the door as possible, each with kind of a knife or a sword out of some sort as they have overturned tables to form a barricade, ready to defend themselves and their much-needed alcoholism in case of your arrival. The bartender, who was a furbolg, is not visible immediately, though as you don't automatically attack, eventually, very slowly, his head begins to rise up from behind the counter as he looks between you, clearly not sure what to think.
Was this guy's name Gammas? No. Never mind. Did we get his name?
I don't believe you did.
Okay,
No, I don't think we did.
Okay, I'm just double checking because I've got some stuff in my notes that I didn't recognize. Drono's going to take a step forward and beam the best smile that he can, and kind of scratch the back of his head and hey, just wanted to let you know that the guys in the back room, well, he was cavorting with some sort of sea creatures and evil stuff. We defeated them. Just wanted to come out here and let you know. And also, if you wanted to come see,
He looks.
we mean you no harm. He kind of puts off both hands.
He looks gobsmacked at this. Just this kind of turn of events that he clearly wasn't expecting or prepared for.
Mm-hmm.
Peering around at the patrons, he seems to summon some inner strength to try and reassert a sense of control over the situation as he stands up to his full height, which is pretty big for furbolgs. He looks down at you, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, I suppose you've done us a service. I mean, I certainly knew those hooded folk were no good. How much damage have you done to my bar?
How much damage would Geronimo recognize that we did? I don't think we smashed anything really, but
Table got turned over, a few things got thrown to the side. The furniture's probably not in great condition, but the room itself, main damage will be like the blood stains. And oh wait, no, you blew out like part of the wall with your.
I didn't blow out part of the. Oh yeah, shit.
The catapult.
Oh yeah, totally forgot about that.
Like,
yeah,
we're not talking about a whole wall here, but there's like
chip,
there's a big old blast out of that.
Yeah, okay. Geronimo kind of taps his chin and goes, "There's a fair amount of blood. A few tables and chairs turned over. The room's not in bad condition. I think one of the walls is kind of chipped from an explosion that that guy is some sort of wizard. There's some sort of magic stuff towards it. I don't think
as you continue this kind of string of things that are wrong with the room, the Furbolg's face just falls sadder and sadder as he tots up the price of fixing this in his head. He raises his hand to interrupt you. Don't go on. Can you get rid of the bodies at least?
Yeah, no, of course. We actually managed to catch one alive.
No. Can you get rid of the bodies?
For sure.
And just take them away, and we'll call it even. Just take them away somewhere else. I don't want to deal with them.
Okay. Well, thanks for being understanding. Let's go, Hetzy. And he's gonna back away quickly.
Geronimo comes groaning after. Not Geronimo. Sorry. Brandon comes groaning after you.
Why is he groaning?
He's still hurt. He went down, and he can't really hear that well.
Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot. Yeah, Geronimo's gonna come back into the room. His face is going to be sort of slightly depressed. He's not looking in the happiest of states, let's say that. He looks towards the others, notably Baron, Durgus, and Nataro. So he ain't pleased that the room's messed up, but he's thankful that we managed to deal with the cultists. Only request is that we take the bodies and dispose of them. Otherwise, that's it. We just got to get out of here.
Well, I wouldn't think he'd be pleased if we wrecked, like, his whole establishment here.
Well, did he mention anything about gods?
I don't think any gods have been summoned.
Aye, well, that's something out of our hair. Well, if that's the case, and he sort of goes to unwrap the, obviously the one he sort of wrapped it before and goes sort of put it over the other, obviously turning his head as he does, just simply, just tries to cover it up. Well, if the only one he's out of here, we can always just take him.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing. I don't think we should go out the front way, though. Let's go out the back entrance and take them. Though, I gotta know something, Bixie. You any good at tracking?
Well, yeah, I've done it a fair amount, and well, more animals. But you're talking about the fellow who ran away.
Well, yeah. It's just that I'm just thinking because obviously, with my extreme intelligence as a gnomish engineer, I just think that maybe if the rest of us can take the bodies and our prisoner back to the ship, maybe if you can at least find the direction that guy's gone to, then at least we can do something after. He ain't lost.
I'm more used to the countryside than I am the city, but I can give it a go. And yes, just be careful of this one. I said I knocked him out, but I don't know how long it'll take until he's back over.
Oh, Smallsy can handle him. Ain't that right, Smallsy?
Baron's not in the room at the moment.
Oh, he's going to shout louder. Ain't that right, Smallsy?
Yeah, and with that, the kind of back door will probably swing open with Baron behind it. What do you need me for?
You're taking the still living one.
Yeah, I suppose I will. And he kind of stomps on in, looking a bit grumpy. But we'll kind of just wander over to the unconscious figure, I suppose, and lift it up.
One last thing, before we part ways, Baron. You know how the sort of same god which made these people all funky, has blessed you. Do you think you'll end up a bit like any sort of gestures, obviously towards the one which is bundled into the corner, the dwarf sort of eyeing it warily?
Well, maybe. I hope not, but if it does, and he kind of reaches down to his waist where he'd keep one of his smaller axes, very similar to the ones Durgus uses, kind of just pat it on the side. I trust you'll know what to do.
Hey, well, I'd suggest you, tell it to sort off first. But, we'll do that another time. The track's slow. You should probably get to him.
Baron would kind of nod to him. Just be careful. As much as I want to find him, I'm a little concerned about the damage he could cause.
Oh, I want to attack him. I mean, I saw what he bloody did to Brandon. I don't want that happening to me. I just want to know the general location so we know how to find him.
Yeah, if you can find the general direction he's going in, then at least maybe that's a start for us. Otherwise, we're kind of left with nothing.
Aye. And with that, he sort of goes to pat Pudge, just sort of on the head as he moves up towards him, sort of scratching behind the ears. Well, let's see what we can reconvene here in a little bit. I don't know how long it'll take me to see these things. They may fade just out the door. So, and with that, he sort of begins to move, and instantly, as he sort of goes out the door, sort of squats on down and obviously tries to eye these the prints of the fleeing boy.
Okay, so we have Durgus, who is going to be trying to track and pursue Argo, and the rest of you are going to be dealing with the corpses and going where?
Back to the ship. But I think I was going to roleplay talking about what we're going to do with the bodies, but
No, that's fine. Okay, we can come back to that. Just a reminder: the ship is days away.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I totally forgot about that. Okay,
That's fine. No, that's fine. I'll make you aware of that. I'm aware what Durgus is going to be doing. We will take our first break now because we've been going for just about an hour. So we'll take our first break now. We can go sort out snacks and pee breaks and whatnot, and we can come back and you guys can do some roleplay and discuss what you're doing next, and we can get back onto it there. Okay?
Cool.
Fantastic. So we shall be back in about 10 minutes. So ta-ta for now.
Oh.
Hello and welcome back. We return after our break, a little bit longer than we expected, but, you know, we've got long peepees to go and take. So, we rejoin ourselves back with our heroes of this story, butchers that they are, going off in two different directions. We have the majority of the party sticking in the back of the Navi's Breakfast, which is the tavern you are all in, currently about to get down to a very serious conversation of how they're going to get rid of the corpse. A conversation I'm sure we can all relate to. We've had it many, many times, particularly people who have co-workers like mine. Meanwhile, Durgus is off on his way, bloodhounding it out to see if they can find Argo, who ran off from the previous fight. Durgus, can you give me a survival check? Yeah, give me a survival check.
I'd like to use my inspiration if that's alright, Alex.
Oh,
Of course it is, and that will give you advantage on this roll.
amazing.
Put
use
your
of
nose to the
inspiration.
floor.
What a use of an in-game mechanic that I can then reward you with. Crazy.
Didn't need it, but a 21.
That's fine. Yeah, no, a 21, that's a pretty good roll. Okay, Durgus, we'll come back to you after we have some roleplay from those guys, but the 21 obviously will go into kind of what happens for you. So, we shall stick with the group that are staying in the tavern, and so don't run off. Durgus has just left. You see him briefly down on kind of his haunches with Pudge by his side, checking out these quite heavy footsteps. He kind of does the whole, sniffs the air, reaches down, checks the depth, looks to see if he can track them, sticks his fingers in the dirt, licks the dirt, you know, like weird things that hunters do. And then Durgus is off as fast as his waddling legs will carry him, leaving you all in the back room of the tavern, gloomy and dark as it is, deciding what to do with the corpses.
So after Dwarf Grills runs off, Geronimo is going to look at the others. Notably, obviously, Baron is going to pick up the unconscious one, but he looks towards Natara and Branlin first, and he goes, Goggles, you're pretty strong, but me and Hatsy, we ain't the, and he's going to flex his right arm, and obviously is very weak and sad-looking flex.
I'm not very strong. Where'd you get that from?
You got a nice form. You look like you work out.
I don't.
You're definitely stronger than me.
Well, but I mean, most are stronger than you, like, a child.
That's not fair. The Gnomish children ain't stronger than me.
No, I meant a regular child.
Wait, Gnomish children are regular.
Right. Yes, they are.
Huh, okay.
Natara smiles.
So Goggles, you're gonna take one of the bodies yourself, and then me and he stops.
I don't think I can carry that by myself,
Why don't you try?
I could transform into something that can.
Oh, hey, that's thinking with your head. I like that about you, Goggles. You always got fantastic ideas. Okay, you could do that. What can you turn into?
Alex,
Yes?
can I turn into an elk?
I don't think you would have seen an elk.
What about a horse?
You probably would have seen a horse, yeah. You can have
Would that be the same kind of CR as an elk, maybe?
I can tell you exactly what a horse is.
Can it be,
Because
that's
I'm looking at
limited,
Gavin's
yeah.
list here, and elk and draft horses on there.
Yeah, draft horse will be the one you go for. The CR quarter. What's your current CR? Oh, that's a riding horse. I'm not sure. Hang on.
A quarter as well.
Okay, so you have a limit of quarter?
Yeah.
In which case a draft horse is fine, yeah.
So, what do you think you could turn into?
Oh, well, I could turn into a horse.
Oh, that's a good idea. So we could basically load the bodies onto you, and then you can take them further away.
Aye.
Okay, then you head outside, and maybe me and the Smalsy over here can put them onto the horse with Hatsy. I mean, the other horse.
Aye.
Okay, we'll get to it, nay.
Looks like the tire's gonna go outside.
I really wish I had Wadger here.
You sense that Wadger is perhaps eating some of your rations back on the ship.
Okay, Geronimo shivers at that.
Making weird hissing sounds at the people you left behind who are not sure quite how to deal with a giant weasel.
Oh, Wadger. Anyway, can't believe we forgot Wadger. Should have taken Wadger, guys. Next time we take him Wadger. All right, so yeah, Geronimo is going to try and rope in Baron and Brannon to help basically bring the corpses closer to the door and the unconscious one as well, before obviously loading them onto Natara when she is transformed.
So Natara, you step outside, kind of take a moment. There's a few odd glances and oogling eyes as you take some space for yourself and begin to morph as you shift down onto all fours and then begin to grow and rise and widen as your clothes and armor sink into you to create this kind of mottled draft horse. Fairly strong and tough looking. The others kind of drag the corpses out and you find outside this magnificent looking steed who looks about ready to pull a plow.
You did it.
It's literally fucking Shrek 2.
Perhaps.
Literally.
I'm a noble steed.
I'm a noble steed. Yeah, you are. It's easy to throw those. Well, it's easy. It takes a few minutes, but you can get those corpses out. You can throw them over the back of Natara. Never a statement I thought I'd say. And yeah, you have 3 corpses hanging over the back of your friend.
Okay. Geronimo is going to look towards Baron and go, so I'm going to go out the front and take a look at, and then you just make sure they don't fall off. I suspect it ain't going to be looking so good if we walk outside and there's people around and they're like, hey, what you doing with those things? And then we're going to be like, oh, they're weird cultist things. You stay away, kind of thing.
If Natara could speak, she'd probably suggest that they should throw like a blanket or a tarp or something over.
You can't speak,
Well,
but your
Natara
ability.
can't.
Well, your ability to form mind links with individuals.
Yeah, but you stopped me doing that once when I'd already
That's true.
done that.
Yeah, you haven't made it beforehand,
where
and you can't use
you're
your
on this.
abilities. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't use your abilities while you're like that.
It's
Precedent.
racial, so I don't know.
No,
Well,
no.
with an intelligence of 8, Baron will look towards Geronimo. That makes sense. I'll keep this one on there for now as well, and he kind of just put the unconscious one on top.
With an intelligence of 17, Geronimo his chin, almost as if he'd heard what Natara might be thinking at that point. And go, just for extra safety precaution, Big Smallsy, why don't you just throw your cloak over the top of them so it don't look so suspicious?
Natara's gonna look at Geronimo and nod her big ass horse head approvingly.
Geronimo's going to look at the horse and kind of be a bit creeped out by the weird nodding.
Yeah,
Suddenly
Baron,
barks.
Baron kind of scratches at his chin a bit, looking at the bodies placed atop the horse. You make a good point. Yes, that's a good idea. And you kind of take off its jacket and just kind of throw it over the top of the bodies. Do you want to go check first and then come let us know, or are you going to, or do you want us to just head out?
I suspect that we should maybe move to that little forest clearing bit that we passed through on our way here. Seems like the most obvious place to go.
Okay, well, we'll wait outside. We'll head out the back and
Okay, Geronimo,
we can go and check.
Yeah, Geronimo is going to nod towards Baron and move out through. I guess we were in some sort of corridor thing at the back.
Yeah, there was essentially a kind of small throughway into this back room.
Okay.
So you were outside the back of the building. You can go back in and walk through.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Wherever this back end leads to, can we just walk, like, as in... would it
You're
lead out
outside.
to-
Yeah, the horse is outside. Like, there's a back door that leads out onto the open street.
Okay. Geronimo is going to kind of take a step forward and kind of peer out and move out into the open street and kind of have a little look around, see if there's anyone around. There's a lot of, traffic or not.
People staring. A person has just turned into a horse. The fighting has stopped for some time. They're somewhat confused and, yeah, tentatively looking at you. Not sure what to expect, but, you'll gossip.
Yeah, Geronimo kind of moves back towards the other and goes, so I have the strangest feeling that they probably all saw what happened, especially Goggles turning into the horse, so we can probably just move.
Let's just get going.
Mhm.
Hopefully Durgus will either see us leaving or find our tracks.
He said he wanted to meet us back here, so even if we do move back into town, I could probably return and meet up with, Bigsy that way, so... Can't make it be lost.
We should get moving, at least. The quicker we're out, the less attention we'll draw.
Yeah. And Geronimo's going to kind of lead the way. So out towards a clearing outside of the town.
Baron will follow close behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Natara will follow with all the corpses on her back.
And we shall assume that Brannon is wandering along, complaining that he is afraid that he's broken his writing set or something similar. You aren't stopped at the gates as you make your way out. Instead, there is this kind of aura in which people don't really want to get close to you. Rumour has apparently passed quickly that you have dealt with the hooded intruders. Approaching the gates, the guards just stare blankly at you, somewhat amazed of anyone standing up for law and order in this place, as they let you out and they just watch you wander off down the path towards where there is an outcropping of trees and a little bit of a clearing nearby that you could, or that you have aimed for. As you are heading that way, please give me a perception check.
Is that everyone?
Yeah, everyone in this party. I'm not going to do Brannon because I can't.
The perception.
This would be your perception. Actually, you don't get the horse. The horse won't have perception.
Well, it's fine. I rolled a nat one.
So, yeah,
Okay.
Okay. As you're making your way along, Natara, you're a horse. You can see very little other than this fly that keeps getting in the way of your eyes. It's kind of, you're trying to get it with your ears. It's not really working. It's just very irritating. But you're being led along. Baron, you're perhaps laughing at the fact that you can see this fly that keeps irritating Natara, and she's clearly getting quite, upset and annoyed with it, and she's not really paying attention. It's quite funny, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And there's a dog in the background that barks at how funny it is.
Every time I fucking laugh, guys.
Yeah, you just can't have fun.
No.
Geronimo, you're a little bit more anxious, though. You're more nervous. You're the kind of person that wet themselves if they got really excited or really unhappy. And so your eyes are peeled, staring out onto the horizon. And as you do so, getting about halfway between the village and this outcropping of trees, you've travelled perhaps 100 feet. You've got another 100 feet to go to before you get to the trees. You begin to see these figures riding down the road quite quickly towards you. There looks to be between 8 and 15 of them. You couldn't say from this distance, but they're rapidly approaching.
Noticing this, Geronimo's going to look to the others and goes, hey, there's riders on the road. Come on, let's move off the road. And then he's going to try and pull Natara by her mane.
Can you fucking reach that?
Pull Natara by her back elbows on the, I don't know what the horses have, but some sort of
Knees?
leg knees.
Knees, back elbows.
Back elbow.
They don't look like knees.
Pull
they look
someone
like...
by their back elbows.
Yeah, whatever.
It's what allows a horse to fold itself up.
I guess we can transform it.
Anyway.
So yeah, no, Natara the horse will follow Geronimo's directions because, she can still think
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
hear.
He was so compliant with her back elbows.
Yeah. She managed to turn herself into a car and drive off.
Yeah, Baron would kind of follow as well. Probably not realizing straight away, just thinking Geronimo's like just pulling away the horse that has the funny fly in front of its face.
Okay.
And then would quickly jump off the road as well.
Are you making a rush for the outcropping of trees, or are you just getting off to the side?
I think we're going to get off to the side and away, like try and move. Well, my aim was to try to move them across and away from the road. But I imagine
probably not trying to seem too suspicious.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, yeah, exactly as Jared says.
Okay. Give me stealth or performance checks. So this is the idea of you trying to kind of discreet yourselves to one side, or trying to bluff it that you are doing something, just getting out of the way of travellers.
Everyone?
Yeah, all of you.
I'll give
Oof.
stealth.
17.
13.
Tara, if you use a stealth, you have to use the horses.
How stealthy can I be? Let's be honest here.
It's not necessarily stealth as in you're trying to hide yourself. It's more that you're trying to act unobtrusively, because obviously you've said to me that you don't want to, like, you're not trying to actually vanish. Okay. You guys pull yourselves off to one side, heading for just some kind of low scrub that's on either side of the road. Doing your best to kind of throw hoods up, lower heads, cover all parts of the corpses on the back of the horses, to make it look like perhaps you're just travellers with packs or something similar to that. It's a long 30 seconds to a minute before the rumble of the hooves get louder and louder and louder, until eventually these figures begin to pass you. Your estimate was close, Geronimo, but they were on the higher end. There's about 13 of these figures riding very quickly on dark black steeds, all of them wearing similar robes to the ones that the corpses were in. There's a couple of glances your way as they go past. However, none of them seem to stop and pay you too much attention as they continue on to the gates, where they are stopped very briefly and then let in quite quickly. However, you are all allowed kind of to return to the roads, seemingly unconsidered, if not unnoticed.
Would we have noticed they were wearing the same robes?
Yes, absolutely. These would have been recognisably the same robes.
Okay. I'm guessing Geronimo kind of veers the party towards the clearing again and looks back towards, I think, Baron here, because Natara's a horse. I did. Hey, Smalsy, did you notice that they were wearing the same robes as those fishy cultist people we just kicked the ass of?
I did. It seems we got out just in time.
Yeah, that's pretty lucky. In Gnomish culture, that's definitely a win, because hey, if you're noticed by the people that you just kicked the crap out of, that's the bad news.
I don't know whether that's just Gnomish culture, but I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, it's called taking us to the mattresses.
What?
Yeah, don't worry, it's Gnomish culture. You know what
okay. Yeah, okay.
Let's head to the clearing. Have you got some rope, by the way?
Yeah, Baron would kind of loose the rope that he'd carried within 45 feet, I think it is. Yeah, he'd kind of hold it out. What do you need it for?
I was thinking that the one that's not conscious anymore, we should strap him to a tree.
I think it might be a good idea to get a bit further away from here, knowing that that group have just gone in before we try anything like that.
Oh yeah, and then, we also got a problem in the fact that the captain's probably going to move back to the inn, to the same place that we just met him when he comes back from tracking the headsman. So we got a bit of a problem there.
We do. Are you willing to try and make your way back in? You're a much smaller person than I am. He kind of looks down at himself. You've got a better chance of getting in and out than I do, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely go back and help out the captain. I mean, I'm his first mate after all.
Exactly. It's your job. And, while you're saving the captain, I'll get rid of these. And he kind of lifts his jacket up a bit over the bodies.
It sounds like a plan. And also make sure that old Goggles here gets some hay and a little brush.
I'm not going to do that, but I'm sure she'll be fine. He kind of...
Natara looks over at Geronimo and
he would go to pat the horse, then realize that it's Natara, and he kind of just slowly bring his hand away.
Yeah, Geronimo's going to go over to Natara's horse head and kind of give it a little tickle underneath the sort of chin. Who's a good horsey? Hey, you're a good horsey.
Natara is going to rapidly bring her head down to bonk Geronimo on the head, potentially hurting him.
I can't believe you've done this.
Geronimo, you are nutted by the horse.
Geronimo kind of steps back and goes, oh, like that, and kind of is absolutely
I hate that sound so much.
I don't know what that was, but that.
It's literally well known. It's literally well known.
Yeah. He was cringing.
It would sound weird if he did the Oblivion Oh, anyway, sorry. Geronimo's gonna continue leading Natara into the clearing now. But no, actually, I lie. He's going to move further along as Baron suggested. So looking for a bit further away clearing than close to the town.
Okay, so you guys are making for that kind of deeper part of the clearing where you could stow the corpses without them being spotted by passers-by.
Mm-hmm.
That's very, very easy. You can find that. Meanwhile, we should jump back to Durgus. Durgus, you set off before your comrades did, following this route through town, and you can follow it fairly easily and quickly. In fact, you're quite fortunate in the fact that because people were clearing away from you afterwards, there's nobody really on the street to stop you. And you're well practiced at tracking animals and beasts like this, and whilst this is a different type of hunting ground, you do manage to keep your eyes really on the footfalls that Argo has left behind. Moving quite quickly, you run down the few alleyways and streets towards the northern end of the village, so the opposite end to the one you entered, arriving at the gate, which is shut, though as you approach, one of the guards sees you and holds up a hand. Oi, what we got going on here then? Looks to be a fairly tall, quite thin-looking orc. In one arm is clutched a spear, just lazily over the shoulder. Shield at the ready, though, as if a little bit tense.
Sort of seeing this orc and obviously the closed gate, he'd sort of peer him up and down. He goes, "Well, I was actually tracking the wanted criminal, and he was coming this way. He happened to see a sort of bald man, spectacles, with weird robes."
Criminal? Give me a persuasion or deception, because you're not entirely honest, but that is also the truth.
Well, it's the same roll either way.
It was in case you had a proficiency in one. With an 11? An 11 isn't awful. There's a pause before a grimace from the orc. Criminal? Well, certainly someone came through running as fast as an air like you are. Criminal, you say? I did seem mighty keen to get out, but I just thought the big old tub of lard was just trying to get a run in. Yeah, seemed to be heading off towards the guest house.
Hey, thank you. Did you see him? Did he join up with anyone else, or was he just running?
He was on his own, just running.
Hey, well, thank you, and if you could just keep the gate closed for now. Obviously, I'm not no official, but if you see him, just keep your eyes out.
Okay. With that, he gives a little nod before knocking on the wood twice. The door, there's a kind of clunk as the mechanism is pulled back and a kind of a little inner door is opened up to allow you exit. As a few more guards kind of look through curiously. You said quite loudly you were chasing a criminal, and that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, and with that, he would he roughly know where the guest house is, or does he have to awkwardly turn back around?
You have no idea. I mean, you can turn around and awkwardly ask before you go running after the tracks that you can still follow.
Yeah, no, I think he'd follow the tracks. He's followed the tracks.
Okay. Continuing on after the tracks, it becomes much easier outside of the village. Traffic through kind of the exterior is much lighter, and the route you're following is far less trodden than the one inside of the village. Rather than taking you directly north, however, this track kind of winds around instead westward, almost seeming to ring the village slightly as it peels off towards what looks to be a small, almost pond that sits quite idyllically next to a fairly nice-looking two-story wooden house, along the top of which there's a board that has been hammered up that reads guest house. Getting closer to it, give me a perception check, please.
That's an 18.
An 18's very good. As you approach, immediately it looks quite calm, quiet. There's a little bit of smoke coming out of the chimney, suggesting someone's home and living quite peaceably. However, as you get closer, you begin to pick out a couple of details that suggest that something's not quite right here. Firstly, it's that the door is slightly ajar. You can see where it's almost as if the lock has been blown outwards, or inwards, sorry. There's a kind of ring around where you'd expect the latch to be, and the wood has just been knocked in. Additionally, in places, a couple of the windows appear to have broken panes of glass. Not something you would expect from the rest of the building looking fairly clean, tidy, and neat. Additionally, as you look around, you can see off to the western side of the building, there appears to be a kind of dark stain in some of the grass.
Okay. Just how far away is like the dark stain from the building? Is it like just literally just outside of it, or is it?
There's about a 10 feet gap where there's a kind of ring of dirt around the building, where clearly when they built it, they went in and kind of leveled it, cleared out the grass to stop it growing under the floorboards and the foundations and stuff. But it's in the grass, kind of just off to the building.
Yeah. And which direction is he approaching from? Like, would we be able to get?
You're approaching from like the east. If you think of yourself like ringing around the village from east to west, it's just off from the village wall. You're within sight of the wall still.
Okay, I think if that's the case, obviously sort of nearing and seeing this thing, he's going to sort of skulk on down, sort of moving through the grass or any sort of foliage, like a bush or something, if you could find it. And he's just going to dismiss Pudge for now, as he'd sort of try to get a little bit closer to the house to see if like the sort of blown out or blown in door seemed to be a recent thing, or if it seems, you can just tell by the way it's sort of smoothed over that it's
No, this looks like freshly shattered wood, as if you just snapped a twig. That kind of very jagged, sharp splinters, all present on the inside of that small hole around the lock, or around where the lock would be.
Okay, and I think if that's the case, he's going to. Can he sort of peer through the windows, or are they like mostly just smashed? Like, can he hear anything from inside as he approaches?
Yeah, so peering through the windows you can do. They're not fully smashed. There's a couple of very thin cracks running through them. But you can peer in through, and looking in through one, you can see a fairly open kind of hearth area with a fire tucked underneath what you can see to be a chimney. Around, there's this nondescript wooden furniture. And lying on the floor appears to be a humanoid kind of figure. You can't tell, they're rolled onto their front. Lying on the ground, arms held very tight to their body, seemingly having fallen on their face or something. To one side, at about hip height, you can see this large pool of blood beginning to spread out. And very faintly, if you listen quite closely, you can hear the faintest kind of gurgling, as if someone is trying to breathe through that blood.
Okay. Well, I think Durgus seeing this would wince. Obviously, this bloody culty dude's just come and basically killed a load of people in this guest house for some reason. And I think, yeah, he's not going to risk it. Not yet. He wishes he could save the dude, but he knows he'll probably end up the same. So he's going to try and sort of ring around the house, keeping his ears out for any sort of creaking of doors or anything implying that someone was leaving. As he tried to make his way over towards a sort of dark patch.
Yeah, as you get round to the dark patch of blood, you can clearly pick out that it is blood. It seems to have been freshly smeared on some of the taller grass and has formed a very, very small, think perhaps the size of kind of your flat hand, roughly as a splodge of blood on the lower grass. Getting there, and given the checks you've made already, you quickly look out and can see along the tall grass where it appears to have been parted and flattened by someone trying to run through the glass away from you towards the east. So someone was running from the building eastwards.
And can he hear any sort of movement in the building still, like the stomping of footsteps, or does it seem quite quiet, obviously apart from the devastation which has been wrought?
You can't hear anything else to suggest there might be someone in there. There's no creaking, there's no heavy footsteps, there's no doors shutting or anything like that.
Okay. Well, here's the question now. Do I go and try and save the people, or do I follow the man? Let's have a look at my alignment real quick. Oh, God.
Moral quandaries in my D&D games?
Yeah,
Never.
In your D&D. I think Durgus, he's got good intentions, and I think he'd be of the mind that this dude's going to go cause more havoc, no matter where he's going. A bit of a pragmatist, so I think Durgus, regretfully, is going to try and follow the sort of the parting of grass, essentially seeing, if where exactly where it leads.
Okay. Give me another survival check, please.
It's not as good. It's 11.
An 11? Okay. Following the route through the grass is fairly easy to begin with. No one goes dancing through this grass, and at least this close, it's rather tall, so you can see where it's been flattened and broken and things like that. So it's not too hard to follow, especially with Pudge at your heels, kind of snorting and champing for the beginning of it. However, after the first 30 minutes of travelling through the grass, you begin to get to more broken up land where the grass begins to rise up and fall in these kind of rocky crops that break the surface and the line of sight of it. As this also happens, the foliage begins to get lower to the ground and far shorter. You're looking at very low shrubs, you're looking at very patchy grass that's very dry and short, making it a lot harder for you to find the signs of somebody passing through here. You manage to get to the top of one of these rocky outcroppings, using it to try and kind of help you hope, spot where Argo might have gone. And as you get up there, you can take a view out eastwards, which seems to be in the continuous direction that he's been taking. From your vantage, you can see that this uneven landscape and these kind of rolling hills continue on for some ways until eventually they vanish into a small wood. In that wood, or sort of next to it, you can see a very large, tall, what looks to be almost like a windmill that has been built out of a great tree, and around which this tapestry of fields has collected and spread out quite organically, though everything there seems to be peaceful. And given the rough distance and your ability to track, it looks to be perhaps another hour, 2 hours away from you, maybe. But other than that, you couldn't say for certain whether Argo went there, just that it's kind of the only notable landmark that you can spot beyond the trees, or beyond perhaps him heading off to the coast, which is off to your right somewhere.
Ooh. Now here's the question. I'm trying to think. I think he would probably try to make his way to the windmill, because at least, if he was there, good, or not good, but he at least knows, and if not, hopefully someone's seen him. Because obviously he's losing the track, he's losing the thing, and he wants to know sort of where exactly this dude's gone.
Okay. In the time it will take you to get there, Pudge will vanish.
Yep, that's fine. So
you will be going into this without Pudge, unless you choose to summon him again. Before you get to the windmill, however, we will jump back to the other party. Durgus has been gone a little while now. Obviously, it takes you some time to load up and get everything out, but by the time we catch up to Durgus, thanks to time dilation and whatnot, you guys have safely stowed yourselves away in the kind of quiet nook of this clearing in the trees. The figures and the corpses are all tied up to trees. They don't look like they're getting anywhere soon. The unconscious individual still yet to show any real sign of having regained consciousness. And I believe you had agreed you were going to go back into the village?
I think Geronimo was going to head back in while Baron would kind of begin unloading the corpses from Horse Tara and
Horse Tara?
Find a way of disposing them, whether that be kind of finding a way of burying them or just kind of dumping them in a shrubbery somewhere.
It's up to you. You're not a particularly religious individual, might not know their preferred method.
No, he'd probably just chuck them in a hedge that looked a bit too thick for any normal person to go diving in.
Absolutely. Feed those foxes something nasty and bloated.
Yeah, and after that he'd probably take the rope and tie it round the unconscious one, so if it was to kind of wake up, it would have no way of kind of breaking out and escaping. Hopefully.
Okay. Then Natara, once relieved of corpses, are you going to remain a horse? Or we may be without Natara again. That's fine. Geronimo, meanwhile, you're heading back into the village.
Yes.
You're obviously following along the track, which now looks freshly kicked up with dust after the large party of horsemen. Ooh.
I was going to just double check. Actually, no. There's no way it would be. I was wondering whether or not, the time in which it would pass for for Durgus to go do that would be an hour, so I could take a short rest. But I don't think it would be.
Not really, no. Not with you working to do this and then to get back. Like, you are still active and doing stuff, and Durgus's exploration takes him probably about an hour to get to where he is, like when we left him off. But you haven't reached that point yet.
Yep, no problem. Yeah, he'll head back into town then.
Okay. Heading back into town, you get some odd looks from the guard, who are clearly not expecting you to come back, especially alone and just walking. Like, you no longer have a very tall friend or a horse. As you get closer, one of them stands up, kind of awkwardly. It was 2 silver to get in. You want to come back in?
Yeah, but didn't we pay the 2 silver before?
Yeah, for entry, and now you're looking for entry again.
Okay, I'll give you another 2 silver, especially if there ain't no trouble.
No trouble at all. She holds her hand out.
Veteran is going to give 2 silver.
Again, another knock on the wooden frame of the gates, and it's popped open to allow you entry as you hear the guards behind you muttering about their good fortune at getting more money out of you.
Jerome's going to head in. His plan is to be very overly cautious about where those riders were, especially remembering what they looked like and everything. He'd be making sure that he was approaching cautiously to avoid detection, but not trying to stand out too much. He's just like moving at a slower pace to head back towards the tavern, just in case like he saw those horses and recognized where they were, for example.
Yeah, of course. The tavern is fairly obvious, kind of just across the kind of entranceway plaza section. Certainly the horses aren't tied up outside the tavern or anything. Approaching it cautiously, as you mentioned, you can peer inside and see that the tavern is wrecked. Every table has been turned over and broken. Casks have been pulled off the side and smashed apart. The stench of just spilled ale and beer and things like that is just almost fuming out of the front of this building. On the walls, lots of the different bits that have been bits and pieces that are put up, that kind of trash that places like this collect, torn down and smashed apart. And across the bar, the furbolg has been spread out, a dagger slammed down through each hand, and his mouth has been filled up with what looks like seaweed. It is now kind of splaying out of his mouth as he lies there quite limply.
Yeah, so he's not moving.
No, big time dead.
Big time dead, okay. Joram's going to put a hand to his mouth as he notices the man that he literally spoke to like half an hour to an hour ago is now dead. Pretty obvious that they came through here and seeing the bad news of their man being gone. They probably moved on. Jora's going to check around the back where they went.
Around the back, you can see the obvious signs as to where the horses had been stored. There's some horse remains, along with the obvious hoof prints in all of the dirt around. It's all been kicked up. Peering in through the back, you can see, again, the rest of the building has a pretty similar treatment. You left the place in a bit of a mess anyway, but they've just gone in and whirlwinded around, smashing all of the furniture apart and things like that. The streets are deathly silent and empty as you wander around here.
Okay, so Geronimo now at the spot that he mentioned to Durgus, or at least Durgus mentioned that he'd come back to, he's going to look for a way just to kind of like stay nearby and wait it out for Durgus to come back. And that's what he's going to do.
Okay, after the first hour, what are you going to do?
After the first hour, he's still going to wait.
Okay.
I'll wait max 2 hours.
Okay. Baron and Natara. It's been an hour since Geronimo left. Plans?
Plans.
Wow.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
The sound of Natara turning back into a horse is the sound of the air leaving her balloon form.
Turning back into a horse?
Sorry, turning back into a person. She's being let. The air's being let out like an inflatable animal.
Would you like me to get a dog toy and make the sound effect again?
No, I wouldn't.
No. Okay. That wasn't me, by the way. That wasn't me.
Okay, so yeah, Natara, Baron, Geronimo's been gone an hour. He said he was going to go wait for Durgus behind the tavern. Any actions?
Sarah's gonna look at him. So, what do we do now? Do we just wait?
I don't think we can really leave this one here, can we? You kind of look over to the unconscious person, provided they were still unconscious.
They appear to be.
Aye, true that. So we just wait then.
I don't know if there's anything we can do. I don't think we can go back into the city the town with an unconscious body.
Should we tie it up?
We could.
We don't really want it to wake up and just, attack us.
Well, I've tied it up as is, but we could tie it to a tree or something, I suppose.
Aye.
Yeah, and Baron would kind of lift the body and tie it around one of the nearest trees.
Yeah, you've got plenty of rope. Easy enough done.
Cool. Once that was sorted, should we go have a look then? I'm feeling a bit unsure on the situation they might be in.
Unsure.
Well, there was those riders, for all we know. They could
Oh,
help the both
aye.
of them.
Well, there's probably more than just those cultists. Probably loads of them. It's a cult. They tend to be big.
Well, we'll deal with it when we get there. And Baron will kind of finish tying up the body and begin making his way out the clearing, I think.
Okay, so you guys are making your way back in to see if you can find Geronimo.
Yeah.
Okay, are you going to pay the 2 silver to try and get in?
Baron will try and do everything he can to not pay it.
Okay. Give me intimidation or persuasion.
15 on intimidation.
That's pretty damn good. You look scary. Just to begin with. Then add on the fact everything that's happened in the town, and that you probably have blood stains all over you. When you give even the slightest hint of argument that you don't want to pay, they let you through pretty quickish.
Nice.
So it's not long before you approach the tavern and find the same scene I described earlier, which is with the interior having been totally smashed and wrecked apart. The Furbolg, owner of the place, splayed across his own counter, daggers through each hand and seaweed stuffed down his mouth.
I think upon seeing that gruesome scene, Baron would go and kind of pry the daggers out of his hands and put him in a more, I suppose, peaceful position. Like, he didn't know the guy, but he had no reason to be murdered like that.
Yeah, no, leaving, just, taking the daggers out is easy. At least
More
curling
of
the
like
Furbolg
a
up.
respect thing.
Yeah. You can certainly do that. Doing so, you can see that, as I mentioned, the rest of the tavern has been torn apart, and you can make your way through, finding the broken apart furniture, the damage you've done now paling in comparison to the marauding damage of these cultists, it would seem, before emerging out the back of the building, where Durgus said he would meet you. As you get there, you can spot Geronimo, not secreted away. He wants to be in a position where he could be spotted by Durgus, but still trying to be unassuming, as he is neatly parked in a corner, kind of an alcove of a wall from a building nearby, where he has a pretty good vantage over the space around the back here. The place is still empty, silent. Geronimo, you haven't seen a single person. In fact, your friends, we shall assume all 3 of them, we'll say Brannon's with you as well, are the first 3 people you've seen in an hour. It's now getting into the 2nd hour of waiting.
No son of the dwarf, then.
Yeah, Geronimo looks up at Baron. He goes, kind of eyes wide open, as he didn't expect them to come. No, I ain't seen him. I didn't expect you guys to get here. I just thought I was going to wait. I was actually going to leave him a message.
Well, we were getting a bit concerned after those riders. It's, I suppose, the least we could do just to check everything's okay. And aside from you, doesn't seem anything's okay.
Yeah, they're long gone, but they did a number on our little furbog friend, unfortunately.
Well, what do you think? Should we leave a message or stay or?
You got anything that's recognizable? For the captain would definitely know that's yours.
Baron would kind of think for a moment, beginning to sort of look through his belongings before taking off the sort of like trophy, not like harness, but adornment that he had kind of wrapped around him, kind of holding out this collection of various body parts and just kind of hold it out to Geronimo.
Oh, neat. He definitely recognized that. And Geronimo's going to take it. And as he takes it, he's going to take out his wood carving tools, his tinkering tools, and kind of with a hum of magic tap the trophy that Baron gave him. And with magical tinkering, he would attempt to record a message on the object that is no more than 6 seconds long. And he would tap it and then begin the message.
Okay.
Hey, Cap.
I was gonna say, okay, I'm timing. You got 6 seconds.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Captain, it's Geronimo. We're outside in the clearing. Just come out there. Just move down the road.
Well within your 6 seconds. So you end up carving this kind of odd, almost square little sigil, this arcane rune, before muttering these kind of incantations. You'd think of them just like normal kind of crafting processes, though those of you watching him would see quite clearly that this strange arcane magic seems to almost pass from his fingers to his tools into the rune. When you finish speaking, Geronimo, you kind of give the thing a kind of pat down, wipe away any of the chips and things like that just to clean it up. And as you kind of run your hand over it, you can feel the beginnings of that echo of your own voice in your mind. The surefire sign, as you know, because you've done this before, that your message has been successfully laid in to this object, so that if someone were to pick this up, they would be able to hear your message.
Okay, it's done. I left a message for him. We just need to put it down near the doorway, and or at least maybe somewhere that he'd recognize when he was coming back here.
Well, I hope I don't lose it. It's taken a while to get all of that together.
Yeah, I don't think you will. I'll try and put it somewhere that only the captain would look. And Geronimo is going to take the necklace, and he's going to sort of put it on the other side of the doorway, kind of like in the corner there. So like if you were passing back the way that the opposite way that Argo was running, kind of run out towards, like where the footprints
if
were.
you were heading into the building from the back.
Yes, he'd be able to spot it on the ground.
Okay.
Or like against the wall, I guess, up against.
Absolutely fine. So within that kind of line of sight that you would expect. Perfect. Okay, and with that, you're going to head back to the clearing?
I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
You're able to leave unmolested and return to the clearing. The figure you had tied up beginning to twitch and squirm as you reappear. From the way the head jerks around, you can tell it's clearly awake, perhaps has been for a little while, and is reacting to your return. Leaving us there, though, we shall jump over to Geronimo. It took you about an hour and 15, hour and a half. And as you got closer and closer, Durgus, there would be a continual rising dread at the sign, or at the scene that was appearing before you. What was before a rather odd, but natural marvel, is taking on something of a more horrible aspect, as the sounds of fighting and combat begin to become clearer above the sounds of nature and the world. A hazy orange glow begins to appear in the approaching gloom of nightfall soon to come on. As you noted that also sections of the tree that appear to rise out of the ground at odd spaces have been set ablaze. By the time you get to about maybe 200 feet away or so, you can quite clearly see what appears to be 3 or 4 lone figures spaced fairly evenly around the central great trunk of tree that has been turned into a windmill, fighting for their lives against what looks to be 20, maybe 25 figures in those robes you've seen before, who are working in these kind of teams to try and take down those figures. Meanwhile, the individual you recognize as Argo, quite obvious in his more ostentatious flaring robes and his shining bald head, seems to be in combat with what looks to be a giant boar that is routinely charging at him, and he is, through some kind of shifting magics, able to avoid the charge. The boar is then rounding and trying to attack him, and he seems to be throwing these strikes out towards it as it passes him. This combat is vicious, it's brutal. Whenever these cultists get an opportunity, they're throwing these vials towards sections of the roots that appear to be jutting out of the ground and setting them alight, as these 3 figures and their, you assume, pet boar, are fighting for their very lives to try and stop this, well, veritable army of cultists that are invading.
Well, shit. I think Durgus is... Well, he's not going to get involved. He doesn't have a death wish. I think he's going to sort of stay... well, he's going to try and move a little bit closer. Moving, into the foliage and the bushes and the trees and things. There aren't any trees or anything around this thing, are there? It's just fields.
It's mostly fields, but there are, like, walls set up to separate some of the fields, some of the plants that are growing. You notice that some of the crops are actually far larger than they should be. You've got corn that's as big as your forearm. You've got stuff like that.
Definitely able to that,
yeah. So you can hide in some of that stuff quite easily.
Yeah, he tried to basically move forward and try to hide in that stuff, stopping when he's sort of like 100 feet out, just try get a better better view of what exactly was happening and what they were doing to these people.
Sure. Give me a stealth at advantage because of the surroundings.
So it's 18.
Okay. You hide yourself away fairly well, and you're pretty happy with where you've squirreled yourself up to. As the battle kind of ensues, you watch as it actually manages to tip kind of backwards and forwards at first, but slowly but surely the numbers, although being whittled down, start to count for the cultists, as one by one the figures fighting against them are struck by these kind of swinging mace-like blows from the arms, odd, very small, sharp, just flashes of magic. You don't recognize the spells, but just what you definitely recognize as magic catches them here and there until eventually all 3 of the figures defending this great tree are brought low. The giant boar too begins to become more cumbersome and slow as these strikes from Argo count up and up and up, and he doesn't even seem to take a hit as eventually all of the figures are taken down. With this complete, Argo appears to give some orders directing gangs of these cultists around the site, whereupon they begin to work as a team to start strategically burning down large sections of the wood and the fields. Eventually the great tree in front of you is set totally ablaze and burns with such an intense heat that even you at 100 feet away can feel almost this stinging sensation on your face as you stare out towards this crime against nature. Meanwhile, the gangs of cultists appear to be collecting up the bodies of the 3 humanoid figures they were fighting, throwing them over their shoulders and working together to take them off towards a different field where you can just about pick out a gaggle of horses that were set there.
Okay.
They appear to be making off towards what you reckon to be south.
Okay. Yeah, I think Durgus is going to stay sort of in the cover, sort of raising a hand briefly to try, to sort of pull away from the heat from his face. Just try and block it almost like you would the sun. But obviously watching these people being dragged off, he's not going to go and try and do anything. He's seeing the way this dude flies around. He's not going to win, especially against 20 of them. Sort of seeing them make their way south, he's going to sort of ease off towards, obviously, the direction they went. Sort of where the horses were before, just seeing, if that definitely was the direction they were going, and if, he could sort of see, the sea or any sort of major landmark they seem to be heading towards.
Okay, so attempted to spot, see if there's any major landmark. From where you are, and from the rapidly deteriorating surroundings, there doesn't appear to be anything southwards that you could pick out as being a major landmark. They just appear to be heading in that direction. Though, admittedly, you're standing in amongst, the same thing that basically protects you from being spotted is very much limiting your vision that way. And especially with this kind of inferno and blaze, it's totally throwing off any kind of vision you have, just because the light is so intense and changeable.
Yeah, and with that, I think he's going to also the fire roaring so high. I don't think he's going to try and get close. Yeah, I think at that he's just going to turn around and just try to return back to the gang. Really, he knows the direction they're heading, at least roughly. And there's no way he's going to keep up on when they're on horseback. So yeah, I think he's going to turn and just try to leave.
Okay, absolutely. What we will do then is, because we've been going again for about another hour, is we will take our kind of final break here. I quite like the 2-break system. We get through some stuff fairly quickly, and then we have a nice long bit to ring out the session. So we'll take another break here. We will return with Durgus getting back to the village and kind of rejoining the others, since there's just a lot of travel here. And you can feedback what you found, and the party can decide what their next steps will be going forwards. Okay, so we shall go grab more drinks, more snacks. Other people can do the same, and we shall be back hopefully this time more within the 10-minute mark. So have a good one for now.
Nice.
Ta-ta.
Well, what do we have here? We were just on our break, but we seem to have a raid. Thank you very, very much to Milo the Llama for that raid. We were on our break, so I apologize for, how high level content we were producing during our break with a soundtrack and a slideshow of images. But we hope you've had a fantastic night. We are we're coming back. His voice is nice too. Oh, thank you. We are just coming back then from our break, so we can give you a little summary. I wasn't big-headed. I wasn't big-headed.
Need any help. He
Don't feed the ego. Don't feed the ego.
Don't know what you're talking about. I have no ego whatsoever, and I deserve even more praise. Otherwise, I'll act with wrath. We shall jump right back in then and kind of get on with what we're here for. Put on a show for the nice people. We had just come back to our party beginning to reconvene after, we started with a bit of a death-defying fight before the party split up to try and track their arch-nemesis? Would you describe Argo as that now?
He's
Our
the
first
current,
nemesis.
he's the current bad guy.
The current bad guy. Okay, maybe not an
He's our
arch.
frenemies.
Frenemies. Yeah, after chasing after their kind of current bad guy, but splitting up also to take their prisoner off for a place that they can quietly interrogate him. One of our player characters has kind of been tracking the bad guy and discovered a bit about kind of what the plan going forwards for the bad guy was, but it's a bit of a mystery as to the final aim, and is now returning back to the village where they split up, whilst the rest of the party have taken their captured prisoner off to somewhere quiet where they can begin their interrogation. So you've rejoined for the fun bit, I suppose. And we will begin with returning to Durgus, who has retraced his steps through the long grass, back round the village of Yarnskol, re-entering through the northern gate, and finding the village now oddly deserted. Before, even after your fight, there was a presence of different people, and they were mostly onlookers, but there was definitely plenty of eyes watching you. Now, instead, deathly silent. The guards are looking rather hallowed. They don't even stop you to try and take your money as you re-enter via the north gate. You're just let into what appears to be a ghost town.
Right. Well, obviously, coming back into this ghost town, first off, we tried to hear out if there were any signs of, crackling fire, sort of looking over the skyline, making sure that the cultists haven't attacked this place too. But hopefully not seeing any, he'd try to sort of waddle his way back towards the tavern, hoping that his friends were there as he'd told them to wait for him.
Your friends didn't listen, I'm afraid. And back around the tavern, you continue to find this odd emptiness where people had once been before. You in fact remember seeing those people watching you as you had begun your chase hours earlier. Instead, the whole place is deserted, and wandering up to the back door of the tavern, you peer inside to find the whole thing completely ransacked. The furniture, as mentioned, has been totally shattered and thrown apart like splinters. The walls have been torn at, and it almost looks as if great hammers have gone into them, breaking the stonework underneath. Give me a perception with advantage, because based on what Geronimo did, this would be with advantage.
But that is I've got 17 already, so that's a 23.
A 23? Absolutely fantastic. Just to remind me, Baron, it was your kind of bone charm arm bracelet thing that was used?
Yeah, the thing that's kind of got one of Felia's horns and some of the debris of bodies that they've
your armband of victory collected from the corpses of your foes.
Pretty much.
Fairly easy to spot, placed almost as if you were supposed to notice it, Durgus, is the armband that you recognise from Baron's arm, kind of half hung up on a section of the wall, right at your eye level as you step inside. He definitely didn't leave it there before, and obviously it shouldn't be there, not attached to Baron.
Well, of course, seeing this, I think Durgus is going to first assume the worst. He's going to sort of furrow his brow and sort of squat down, eyes going wide. He sort of peers around quite, not curiously, warily, I think is the word for it, before slowly going to try and pick the thing up and look it over for, sort of like blood marks or anything.
Yeah, checking it over originally, you don't see any of the signs of combat or damage or blood or kind of the things you would expect if someone had been hurt and this had been forcibly taken off them. In fact, it looks very much intact, though the moment you pick it up, there's this odd, very irritating, grinding voice at the back of your head as you begin to hear Geronimo speaking very quickly as he explains that they have all gone to a clearing that you passed earlier in the day when you arrived at the village, taking your prisoner with them, and that's where they would be rather than meeting you here. And that's kind of that voice plays out magically in your mind from the magical tinkering that Geronimo conducted earlier.
Oh, damn. Well, obviously hearing Geronimo's voice in the back of his mind is probably his idea of a nightmare, but he's going to try and endure. And hearing the message, I think he's going to get up and quite quickly try to make his way out the town and obviously over towards this clearing, as they mentioned, trying to regroup with them as soon as possible and make sure they're all right.
Certainly, it doesn't take too long to get out there. The clearing wasn't far from the village, and within the next sort of 15 minutes or so, you are in the kind of brush and undergrowth that this crop of trees has made. The rest of the party, you guys have been waiting now for, including the original wait, you've been waiting about 3 hours for Durgus. Now, were you going to get started with your interrogation before he returned, or kind of after?
I think before, but also, can we do hit dice? Is that a thing? I think
this would count as this could be a short rest for you. Durgus wouldn't be able to do one because he's kind of been traveling and tracking and all sorts since then. But for you guys, you could definitely take a short rest here. So it's within the time you could take 1 hit dice because it's only the 1 hour. And
I pressed it, but it didn't go off.
Yeah, the short rest thing is better for like resources that reset. For the hit dice themselves, just roll 1.
1d8. It's 1d8 plus 2, I think, for me anyway.
Oh.
As well.
Yeah, that's.
I got max hit points, got 10.
No, that's a pretty good roll. 10 for Natara, 8 for Geronimo. Baron, are you going to roll a hit die?
Yeah, let's see what I get.
Go for
it. 3
on your D12,
Right.
The only class that gets one.
Yes.
That's fine. So in the time it takes waiting for Durgus, you kind of go through some motions of strapping your wounds back together, applying a few basic salves that you can pull from just the stuff around you, and genuinely making yourselves a little bit more comfortable than you were sometime before. I'll roll for Brandon as well, because he's been all squished up and stuff. He's not feeling too good. Whilst I roll for Brandon, you said you wanted to get this kind of interrogation started before Durgus returns?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, even with the short rest, you've got probably around half an hour to an hour before Durgus would get back. So feel free to interrogate as you please the kind of distorted, mutated form of the creature, very much visible, with it tied up the way it is, the robes pulled back slightly, revealing the bloated, pale flesh that has swollen almost as if the body has been underwater for some extended period of time already.
Mm-hmm. Geronimo is going to sort of look over towards Baron now, and sort of like having arrived with them together, he's going to sort of look up the sort of larger human. So, hey, Smallsy, I think that you should probably take the lead on this one. You're so intimidating and so powerful. I think you'll. It suits your role, don't you think?
Well, I suppose I can give it a go. I'm not really much of a talker, but as like you said, I suppose I am quite intimidating. You kind of go over to
It's either you or Durgus, and what do you think would be best?
Either way, we're probably going to hit them quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly. The captain may kill him, so.
Aye.
I'm not sure what they are. So, anyway, Geronimo shuts up immediately.
Yeah, and you said before that the kind of cultist they'd captured was beginning to wake up and stir.
Yes, certainly. By the time you had returned, it appeared to be kind of moving around, writhing, trying to get away from you. There's definitely a conscious reaction to your return, so it's probably conscious and aware and you're awake, but It doesn't really have eyes, it doesn't really have the same kind of mouth. It's really difficult to tell what this creature could be focusing on because it's just so beyond human now.
Yeah, and I suppose Baron would kind of just walk up, just standing over looking down at it. Can you speak common?
As you speak to it, the head turns up with a kind of jerk, as if it almost didn't notice you approaching, but does when you speak. The head then quivers for a moment, what appears to be these kind of sagging lips on one side, working very quickly against each other, creating this strange rippling sound. It then begins to speak in this low, kind of almost vibrating hum. Barely registers for you, and then it closes its mouth and looks to you as if expecting a response.
And it was just completely kind of unintelligible.
You had no idea. For the other three that are there, again, unrecognizable. No idea what this could have been.
Okay. Well, with that, Baron will kind of look towards the rest of the party. I don't suppose anyone got any of that.
Geronimo shrugs. Ain't sure.
Yeah, with that, he'll turn back towards the prisoner, kind of beginning to grit his teeth a little bit, and would try and build himself up into sort of like a pseudo rage, I suppose. I'd be happy to kind of use the other rage I have and maybe give the prisoner a bit of a boot just to get himself going a bit, to try and bring up the anchor to see if there was any kind of different, I suppose, reaction, or maybe he could understand. Maybe the rage powered by what we can assume is their same god would bring something else out.
How are you generating the rage again?
He was gonna just like kick the prisoner, I suppose, or maybe like wedge his axe in a tree, just something to.
Well, you've got to actually like deal damage or take damage. Like you can't just get angry. Like rage really comes from that kind of one or the other there. So you have to actually hurt this thing, or you have to be hurt.
Yeah. In that case, he'll look towards Geronimo, Natara, and Brannon. I'm going to try something, but I'm not sure whether it's going to make much difference. Just give me a second. And he'd pull up one of his smaller hand axes and maybe just like cut into his hand. Would that be alright?
Yeah. If you're willing to take a hit point of damage.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep, take 1 hit point of damage. You are welcome to kind of slice that hand in that classic kind of downward motion. The blood beginning to pool and run down the palm, dripping onto the ground. The pain lancing up your arm and giving you that almost reassuring return of feeling. As you feel your anger, you stare down at this thing, you feel the pain. Those two emotions begin to amalgamate and almost course through your veins as the adrenaline builds up and up and up, and almost from the blood, which begins to slowly stop, as it wasn't too deep a cut. You also feel that tug as eventually that ethereal axe begins to almost peel away from your flesh and begin to resolve itself into your left arm, as you begin to snarl and snort down at this thing. Its head turns very quickly, trying to take in everything that's happening. And as it notices this change, it begins to twist and contort and move around quite violently, almost as if excited or fearful. Again, give me an insight, but this is a difficult check.
Okay. Ooh! Oh no! That'll be a 3.
That will be a 3. It could have been a 20, but it wasn't to be. Yeah, you have absolutely no idea why this creature is reacting the way it is, but it's certainly that there's something that's got it all agitated, or you have seemingly made it agitated. You've got a few seconds of this rage continuing.
Yeah, and I suppose you'd probably kind of take a bit of a kneel, so he'd be at level with this strange thing. Digging the anchor that kind of hangs off him into the ground. I'll give you another chance. Speak.
In response to your demand, the creature gets louder, its lips moving more violently, and you can just see what appears to be the remains of a mouthful of teeth behind these curled, pale lips, as it almost chatters, a bit like a skeleton when its kind of teeth knock together, only this is kind of more flesh-covered, so it's a wetter sound. Still, it seems to speak in this deep, rhythmic, humming note. Again, not something you personally recognize.
Yeah, with a bit of a defeated sigh, Baron would kind of bring himself back to a stand. Imagine at this point the rage likely subsiding.
Mm-hmm.
He'd look towards the rest of the party again, more directly towards Natara. You can communicate through mind tricks and magic, can't you?
I can.
Think that's the only way we're going to make any sense out of this thing?
That's a pretty
Alright.
smart idea, person. He's going to nod towards Baron, quite astutely aware not to say their names in front of the creature.
No, I can do that, Natara is going to look to the creature and cast Mind Look. I know it's not a spell, but I don't know how to say that otherwise.
No, that's fine. You can cast Mind Link. You don't need to share a language, do you?
No, it says
Okay.
you don't need to share a language with the creature for it to understand you telepathically utterance, but the creature must be able to understand at least one language.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can. It takes a few moments as you begin to go through the processes that you were taught to connect your mind to another creature, eventually tethering your consciousness together. You begin to sense that you and this being have at least one shared, almost mental space, though it clearly is trying not to speak to you right now, though you do have the link.
Okay. And Natara is gonna ask out loud, but also obviously talking through the mind link at the same time. Can you understand me?
The creature's head turns very quickly to look between everyone, and then noticing that Natara is also repeating what she's thinking out loud, it's going to look towards her, and its head's going to bob up and down very quickly. Not in the same way kind of nodding happens. Its neck almost seems to go as well, as if the joints on its spine are not quite the same as human.
Hi, very good. Were you once a human?
There's a pause, as if uncertain whether to speak to you or not, before, within your mind, you hear this hissing, almost wispy voice. Human, never a human, never enough to be a human.
Then what are you? She's repeating these questions out loud so everybody else hear as well.
Mm-hmm. We are risen, we are the risen, we are the chosen, we awaken what sleeps but is dead but dreams.
The chosen of whom?
We are the chosen, we are the risen, we are the risen, we pray to what is dead but still dreams, we will awake it.
Tara turns to look at Geronimo and Baron. The book that we found in the cave. Do you still have it on your person, either of you?
I ain't got it.
Brannon would provide it from his backpack.
Excellent. Natara holds up the book to the creature. Does this ring a bell?
Before you even manage to finish that thought or that question, the creature lets out this horrific, high-pitched screech, almost like a bird of prey when it strikes, but more ragged, as if horrified, as it actually pulls against the ropes to try and almost reach out and grab the book away from you. It seems just, totally angry and distraught that you might have it.
Geronimo's going to back away ever so slightly as it kind of reacts quite bad and goes, hey, you ain't doing something weird with that thing. It looks pretty distressed.
No, I'm just asking its questions. It recognizes the book.
Oh, That's
So,
good.
this creature you worship was awakened for. The name is in here, is it not?
Rather than answer your question, it just begins to give this kind of continuous, repeated, almost praise thrown out. It roils neath the surf, it stirs within the deep, it watches from under waves and makes the wives of sailors weep. And just this line repeated over and over and over again like a chant. For the rest of you, you just hear this low, kind of dull, vibrating talk.
It ain't casting a spell, is it? It sounds like
It
it's
is
like
not.
humming.
It is not. It is chanting.
You can chant for a spell. That ain't so good.
It's different.
Well-
It's like the cultists that we found back in the other town, back in Storia, what they were chanting. You remember?
They was speaking of the tide. What's this one saying?
This one is talking about tales of sailors' wives and something that sleeps and dreams and beneath the tide.
With that, Baron's face would kind of begin to sour a little bit. Not necessarily saying anything, but kind of grimacing a bit.
Would Geronimo notice?
More than likely. I don't feel like he's someone who'd try and... I mean, he wouldn't hold back emotion because he gets angry and hits things.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. Geronimo's gonna look up to Baron and go, yeah, you don't look so good, Smalsy. What's troubling you?
It's the same thing I heard on that strange ship. Well, our ship. Something that's dead but dreams, something along those lines.
Aye.
You think that's the same thing that
I think so.
Oh, well, all I know is that if we get to the bottom of this, we get to the bottom of a lot of questions that you might have, Smalsy, so there's only positives from this way up.
Natara's going to look to the creature again. What purpose do you have in this city? Why are you here?
The creature finishes its current kind of intonation of the chant before stopping. Here because you bring us. It then pulls
Right.
almost weakly at the ropes at that.
But why are you in Farrick? Why is the one who ran away, your boss, the headsman, the one from Storia, why is he here?
Was summoned here to wake, here to bring dreams to life, here to serve the one that sleeps, the one that's dead, the one that still lives.
This creature, is it here?
As if almost answering the question of a toddler, the creature suddenly goes very, very still, watching you quite closely, almost as if gleeful in the message it's about to provide. It is all around us.
You think of this as a god?
Gods are but children to it.
It made you?
It did not make me, I made myself. We all made ourselves. We are the listeners. We hear the calls. We sense the dream. We return and wake what sleeps but is dead but now lives.
You made yourself. How?
We are here.
Ask it if it knows anything about the anchor.
My friend here, she gestures at the Baron, has an anchor, and he has heard these chants before. A magical anchor.
He senses the tremors of the dreams. He could be a visionary sent to us upon the plains.
Then Natara is going to repeat that back to Baron.
Yeah, he'd probably scoff a bit at that. I imagine in the kind of mountainous villages, they'd have weird oracle people. So
Yeah, you've had like soothsayers and people
yeah,
who
kind
people
of,
who walk around with bear innards around them and stuff like that.
yeah, he probably wouldn't ever have imagined himself being something like that. The visionary of that's humbling, I suppose.
Yeah, it sounds like you're some sort of a tentacle messiah.
I'd hope not, but it seems it's going that way.
Actually throwing a question back at you, Natara, almost as excited. It doesn't seem to comprehend what Baron is saying, but it can see that you're having a conversation. Instead turns back to you, Natara. Ask it if it has seen the fixing of the wheel.
Fixing of the wheel. I will ask him.
Has it seen the fixing of the wheel?
Baron, it asks if you have seen the fixing of the wheel.
The fixing of the wheel, like the wheel of the ship, or
Natara relays this back.
The fixing of the wheel. Has it seen the fixing of the wheel? The wheel. As it continues this kind of almost diatribe, just throwing this question over at you in a more and more animated way. You can see it beginning to convulse and twist and pull on the ropes. Again, not seemingly, or maybe angry, you can't really tell, but just getting more and more agitated by the question, demanding an answer.
There is no other phrasing for that. The fixing of the wheel is what it asks.
not that I'm aware of.
No, he has not.
Perhaps not a visionary, perhaps only a rippler, perhaps only one that senses but does not see.
Natara is going to repeat it back to them.
I've seen and experienced things, but this wheel, nothing comes to mind at the moment.
Maybe it's best that we don't acquiesce to this cultist questioning. It ain't doing the interrogating we are.
Well, Geronimo, well, it is asking questions, and I wouldn't know to ask about any wheel, would I?
Yeah, but that's all the magical stuff that I'm sure the Smalsy over here is gonna be integral to dealing with this sea god thing. So
Don't think this thing's going to be leaving alive, Geronimo, so
No.
yeah, but what if they're part of some strange
Cult?
no tentacle hive mind?
As you say, tentacle hive mind, like the calling card of Durgus, you begin to hear the trampling of dwarven boots through the undergrowth as Durgus, quietly enough, but he's not quite silent, begins to approach the clearing in the forest where you are camped out. Durgus, as you get closer, you can hear your companions having a conversation, though they hear you by the time before you can quite catch in with the conversation. You emerge into this clearing to find kind of your gear, people's gear strewn around. People have taken time to strap up their wounds, and they are currently stood around in this kind of semicircle around the creature that you captured, which is currently tied up against the tree, convulsing quite wildly, as if still a little bit agitated.
Sort of stomping forwards. Durgus would sort of throw both fists into the air and sort of shake them in a joyous celebration. He goes, "By Bogdan's bloody beard, I'm glad you're alive! Oh, you would not believe what I had to bloody do to chase that fella."
Did you find my little message? I thought you might have found it.
And he sort of raises up the sort of bone charm bracelet thing. Well, I just I thought you died. I thought it was some sort of refuse. I mean, bloody hell. The things he's been doing. I mean, he killed an entire guest house full of people, and, well, he's burnt down this giant sort of tree windmill, and then, well, he met up with all his cultists, and there was a bloody horses, and then he ran south. Oh.
Yeah, I went back to go find you, but you took way longer than I thought you would. So, yeah, we saw the mess in the tavern. That ain't so good. They're pretty nasty people. But did you say that you found him? Do you know where he's going?
I know he's bloody going south, but he seems to be going on a bit of a rampage. I don't know why. I mean, he's been taking and dragging people off. I mean, some of them he's left behind. It's just... I mean, has that things that said anything, about where they're going, what they're doing?
And I don't think we asked yet. The old goggles over here has been speaking through the mind, but we ain't heard what the responses are, but she's been saying exactly what she's been asking, so...
Natara's gonna look over to the creature. Where is your overlord heading?
It begins to slow down as Natara once again begins her questioning, pausing as if considering the question for a moment before saying, "We have no overlord."
The same man from Storia that you were here with, that escaped, that ran away during the battle. Where is he heading?
Rather than answer the question, the creature begins to pull in on itself as if it's trying to close up. It clearly doesn't want to answer this question.
Answer, or I will say its name. And she holds up the book again.
You see that it responds again negatively to seeing you holding the book. But again, no answer to your question.
It is not answering.
Sort of hearing that it wasn't answering, Durgus would sort of crack his knuckles, walk on the forwards, sort of round his arm back in a bit of like a...
It's been very aggressive, Durgus. And it says it made itself. It has not been human or anything. That they're summoned or something when this thing is about to wake. And they're here now to wake it. And that's why this creature lives. So careful.
I don't really care if it's, angry, because I'm pretty angry right now. I mean, you haven't had to see the people being bloody burnt alive and killed and things. I mean, these people, they're bloody insane. And I mean, I was saying that before, but they're actually demented. Look, they burned down this entire bloody windmill. I don't know what they're doing, but they're collapsing sacrifices or something, and, well, we need to find out where exactly he's going to summon this bloody
Wait, let me ask
stupid god.
Let me ask it. She asks it again. What would you do to wake it? How do you wake that which sleeps?
Clearly much more willing to answer this question. The creature appears to come out of itself. I was about to come out of its shell, but that's almost too literal with the shape of this thing. Leaning down towards you, Natara, again. You can hear it. We listen to the dreams, we listen to the whispers, we make them come true. When they come true, we worship, it hears our worship, it awakens.
Sorry, notes. Natara is going to pass this message back to them.
Yeah, it ain't making so much sense. So
No,
I think we should get a bit more aggressive and see where the.
It is making sense. Durga said they burned down the whole windmill. It says, we hear the whispers. We make them come true. So this thing is telling them what to do, and when they come true, they worship. And then it awakens. So all this destruction is being...
Just punch the thing like firmly in the face, like cutting the tower off as she's speaking.
Okay, you're gonna try. Okay, you can make a. It will just be an unarmed melee. So you make a strength check, add your proficiency, and you can have advantage because this thing is restrained.
Yeah, the intelligentsia having a nice conversation.
Absolutely. What we have is we have Robespierre, who has just stepped in.
Robespierre,
who has just stepped in to carry forward the revolution, whilst the intelligentsia discuss how they're going to apply this new constitution.
Right, it's going to be this, I guess.
Didn't expect a French Revolution reference,
That's a
did you?
big brain.
Yeah, that's a bit of a reference, huh?
Can you tell my history student?
That's a niche. That's a niche.
That's fine.
Yep.
With advantage, that's a 14. Is that with your proficiency?
That is without.
Okay, so the 14 becomes like a 16, so 100%. You go and you punch this thing square in the face. Roll me... Well, what are your strength bonuses? A 3?
Yes.
So unarmed is 1 plus strength, so you deal 4 points of damage to this thing. As you punch it flat in the face, you feel the face concave as whatever kind of... You imagine almost like cartilage-filled, bloated organs exist in this thing's head, begin to just compress and bulge out and just pulped by the impact of your fist. The creature is still conscious, though as your hand comes away, there is this kind of run of dark Icarus blood that begins to streak over where its cheek used to be. However, as you touch it, I need you to give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh, no.
Charisma?
Yes,
Charisma?
charisma.
Oh my
Absolute donkey.
Yes,
This man's
charisma.
gonna punch this thing, then just start screaming.
God. Oh, fuck off. Actually, fuck my life.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
That's a
I'm
4.
playing the character, don't take this OC.
No, it's all roleplay. Don't worry, it's all roleplay, because as your hand comes away, I am going to need you to make for me a 1d8 roll.
Oh, no.
Use it.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
No.
That's fine.
This is real Fugma right now.
It's a hell of a thing.
Okay, it's not bad. It's only 3. It's only 3. It's only 3.
Is 3 good? Who
Okay,
knows?
okay.
I don't know the 3's a number.
Give me a 1d5 roll.
Oh, that's not good. This is
If
not
it
a
wasn't,
good
it
thing.
wasn't no good. Okay, it's fine, because this is going to be the good roll. Not in that
Four?
regard. Oh my
Okay,
God.
okay. Your
Oh, that was
left,
close.
you punched with your right arm, didn't you? I assume you're right-handed
yeah,
because
that's okay.
I'm against lefties, even though I am one.
Wow.
As your right
Politics.
arm comes away, you suddenly feel your left arm become much heavier. For all of the rest of you, you watch as Durgis's left arm suddenly just hangs totally limp. It's as if like all of the bones have been removed from the arm. It's just like totally limp, hanging at the side, and you watch as it actually doubles in size.
What the fuck are you
It
doing to him?
it swells up to twice the
that?
size of a normal arm and goes completely limp at your side. You now have disadvantage on any dexterity-based action, as that arm is now considered useless.
Look at her, looks at Durgas, and
What happened?
it just goes, it's almost like I told you not to bloody touch it.
Hey, what happened to your cabin? Looks like you spent too much time in your cabin.
Listen to the scientist. No, just fucking you and your fists.
He's just going to sort of peer towards his large left arm now, which sort of hangs limp by his side. Well, you should have bloody told me to turn my bloody arm into a balloon.
Well, I didn't know. I just said don't touch it.
As Durgus turns to shout these words at you, you know that scene in Ace Ventura 2 when he gets hit by the darts and he's swinging from side to side? His arm does that behind his back as he just turns and the arm swings limply around.
Right.
Well,
When the
maybe a
scientist
little-
of the
like-
group says, do not touch it. I'm sorry, Baron. Do not touch it. Don't touch it.
Well, I bloody know that now. I mean, at first you're speaking nothing. It's like, oh, listen to the whispers. But what the whispers bloody get us? We need answers.
We're getting answers.
And,
We're not like lumpy arms.
how do we fix this? You look kind of like. Would I know what a gorilla is?
Gorillas 100% exist, and
Okay.
yeah, sure. There are zoos. There are monkeys.
You kind of get the one of those like oblong gorilla vibes, you know, like Offset kind of. Anyways, we need to fix this. Can you move it? What can you do?
He sort of goes now to try and move it on its own accord, to see if he has any control over it whatsoever.
You have next to none. Like, you can still feel it. Like, if you go and touch it, like, you can feel there's a sensation there. And if you try really, really hard, you can kind of make those fat fingers kind of curl and uncurl a bit. But beyond that, you've really got no more control.
Okay, so he's going to sort of grab it and just flail it around in front of him. I don't bloody know. Like, look at it. What even magics do this?
The kind of the worst kinds. Actually, can I do an Arcana check to see what kind of magics would do this?
You can. I'm also going to do one on Brannon, because this kind of would be within his area of expertise, and I don't want to completely cut you out of knowledge.
That's true. That would be.
That would be a non-gamer move.
It would be. 11.
Brannon has a 16.
Oh,
Nice.
Brannon... rolling better when he's not here. Brannon would be able to report to you, vaguely, that he was aware that certain creatures that had become mutated or changed sometimes themselves had a kind of corrupting aura on things that got very, very close to them. They normally didn't last forever, like it wasn't permanent, but beyond that, he really didn't have much more else to add.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense to me, Hetzy. Would Geronimo know of a fix for this kind of magic?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay.
You were in the business of causing this shit. You never had to deal with cleaning it up.
Oh, that's true. Geronimo kind of taps his chin and goes, "I ain't got no fix for you, buddy. Sorry, but I guess you gotta live with it. Maybe we don't touch the thing."
Oh no, I was gonna go punch it again and make both my arms a giant bloody floppy balloon thing.
Well, if you do that, then we won't have to struggle with you punching things anymore. Why don't you do it with your head and see what happens?
Maybe don't listen to Goggles. She's don't listen. Please.
And like as he said, like as she says that, it's like sort of like one remaining hand pulls up into a fist. It's like, wonder what happens if I bloody punch you. Look,
Stop
this bloody
it.
thing ain't
Just
giving us
leave
answers.
it off. It is giving us answers. That's the whole point. That's what we've been doing. That's what I was trying to fill you in, and then you just went there and punched it.
Look, what I'm bloody hearing is I've been out there trying to find this bloody person who's been murdering
we've
and
been
killing and bloody
investigating
burning. And you've been here, bloody what, patching up the wounds and singing this thing Mary Dozy, bloody singing around and dancing.
Well, killing it ain't gonna fucking help, is it?
I was gonna kill it, I was just gonna bloody...
It's unconscious. How much fucking left do you think it has?
To be fair, killing it would leave us with one less cultist to deal with.
We will kill it at the end, won't we? But come on.
Geronimo's going to look at the cultist now to see what state it's in after the Durgus.
It's looking kind of out of it, as far as you can tell. Like, again, judging this thing based on kind of your understanding of people is difficult, because there's not a lot of humanity in this thing, kind of to begin with. But certainly the head is swaying from side to side. It's had no reaction to your arguments whatsoever. Like, if there was any suggestion that it could understand you, it can't. And with the blood running down its face, with it completely tied up, it seems quite weak and barely able to put up much of a fight. That punch from Durgus was pretty damn heavy. He's a strong boy, is our Durgus.
Mm-hmm. Geronimo kind of looking and noticing that this is the case. He kind of looks back to the others whilst they're arguing with one another. Yeah, it ain't looking so good. So maybe, Goggles, you just finished the interrogation and then we put it to rest and go chase. Maybe take the night to stay here. It's almost nighttime, isn't it? Ish.
Yeah. By this point, you'd be
nighttime, yeah.
you'd be basically just past dusk at this point. You'd be nighttime.
Okay. Yeah, we take the rest of the evening to relax, and then we go follow the trail that Captain found for us.
What would you like to ask it? I asked it loads of questions now, but now, do you have anything you can think of to ask it?
We've got to find out where those bloody cultists are going.
I refuse to answer me that.
Which is why I punched it.
I know, but again, not help.
Maybe ask it again, see if it's more willing now.
Okay, Matara's gonna try again. So, where is your group going here in Varric, in this land, to worship?
Give me a persuasion.
Advantage?
Work, God damn it.
It worked. Inspiration, Kev.
And I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay,
Yeah,
inspiration is
there we
used.
go.
Inspiration is used. You have advantage.
Hell yeah.
Is that really? Deception?
I believe.
No, persuasion.
Persuasion, that was it.
Yeah, no, not deception. You aren't lying about your question.
I believe.
10.
Yeah,
Didn't help.
Damn.
Awesome.
10. Okay. You ask the question, and it takes almost like a groggy moment for the creature to recognize that you have asked it something. It seems to pause and think, the head lolling from one side to the other, before it says, "The business on the island is not yet complete. Need to finish the dream. The dream. Need to finish the dream on the shore."
What is the dream? on
The
the shore.
dream on the shore. Need to finish the dream, not seen by eye, but follow.
Barrett's going to repeat this back to the group.
At least we know he's going to the shore now. I mean, you could have guessed it before, but could you, ask it what this dream entails? Like, what's in the dream?
Okay, she's got. What is in the dream? What do you see?
Did not see the dream, just a follow. Just a follow, did not see. Need to finish dream. What is sleeping now wakes. What is sleeping now dead. What is dead does not die.
She read that as well.
Yeah, I'm just kind of getting the feeling that if old Captain here said that they're heading south and this guy's talking about the shore, then maybe it's the southern shore of the island that Ferric's on.
Most likely.
That's a good place to start, and maybe we can spread out around there.
Anything else I should ask it?
Yeah, I don't think we're just going to go around in circles, and we said.
Well, it's very interesting, though. It said it made itself.
Yeah, maybe just I don't know. Maybe it's time we put a pin in it, as it were.
I'm done with this thing.
Well, I want to research this things more in the future. This magic that creates them. It's intriguing.
I'm sure you're going to have multiple chances to do that, Goggles, because we're going to go into their nest or their.
But things don't normally come out alive when we go into these kind of things.
Yeah, we can just make sure that I mean, the old captain over here was very what's the word? Thoughtful of by not killing this one outright. I mean, that's the only reason why it's alive, ain't that right, Captain?
I mean, we can kill it now.
I don't want to know anything else because it is talking. You just gotta phrase them questions a bit right.
I ain't got nothing else. Gonna spend all evening here.
Ask it if I'm going to become one of them.
Is he, Natara gestures at Baron, going to become one of you, or your fellows?
There is another pause before it responds. Any can join. Just have to listen, hear the dreams, feel the ripples.
Says anyone can join. Just has to listen. Hear the dream, feel the ripple.
Well, at least that's not.
Are
a
you
definite.
able to show this anchor of yours to it? Maybe it would.
I did before and it didn't do anything. Just worked itself up.
You saw what he did before, the thing he summoned, the anchor. Why did it make you mad?
Again, thinking as the head turns to Baron, considering him for a second. Not mad, never mad, no madness in hearing the dreams. Only marked, seeing the mark, feeling presence.
He is Mark. What does that mean?
He bears the mark, he has been touched, he may have been sent, is a visionary.
Yeah, it says you've been touched, that you may have been marked.
Probably the totem. That's what it was before it became the anchor.
Oh, aye, that makes sense.
Maybe Smilesy, if you start hearing the voices, don't listen to them. Just listen to my voice. If you hear the weird voices, you just listen for your old pal Geronimo telling you to stay away from the voices.
Telling me not to listen to the strange voice, but listen to yours.
Yeah, but their voices are way stranger than mine. Mine's they're pretty normal if you're in Cogwheel.
Oh, you're in Cogwheel, Geronimo.
We're always in Cogwheel.
Well, it did. When I asked where it was, it said it was all around us. So
Yeah, exactly. Cogwheels
Not
everywhere.
not Cogwheel, but the thing they worship.
Oh,
They said it was everywhere.
I feel it's probably just going to keep repeating itself.
I
Baron kind of draws his axe.
Tara's going to shut off that mind link.
You want to hear those dying screams of a poor,
No,
beheaded creature?
wow. I can't believe
don't
you
want to
do
hear
that.
that.
Trying to make us feel pity.
And then he's gonna plunge the axe seemingly into the tree with this nasty thing in the way.
Yeah, that axe just goes straight through, like cutting down a rotten, fetid branch. The axe goes straight through. There is a rush of blood and innards that spill across the floor. The creature gurgles and shudders and then goes very still very, very quickly as it is slain.
Yeah, and then very kind of nonchalantly, I suppose, Baron will start just untying it before lifting up the body and chucking it into the shrubbery where his friends would reside.
A shrubbery?
Leaving
Sorry.
the head and probably just trying to keep a hold of that until he has time to make some more trophies.
Yeah, I mean, there's not going to be some great trophies out of what is mostly made of jelly, but
Oh, is it all jelly? And
Mostly,
he'll just
yeah.
chuck it in the shrubbery as
yeah,
well.
no good bone trophies out of that one.
What a load of crap. Just get rid of it.
Yeah, not necessary. But yeah, so the body is disposed of. Your rope now smells faintly of fish guts. Plans, guys. The night has fallen. Stars are beginning to glitter in the sky. Those memories of a near-death experience perhaps still somewhat fresh in the mind.
A little bit.
Well, I think Durgus, obviously, with this thing being thrown off, very much dead, is going to sort of rub his large arm briefly, quite unhappy with it, before peering towards the others. He goes, well, I think we've got the pot of call for the morning. That being burning these lot, we don't know if they'll come back, with some sort of strange culty resurrection stuff.
They did say they made themselves, so maybe burning them would be the best course of action.
Aye, and, well, then, let's just say our headsman friend did a bit of a number on the guest house. I saw a few of the dead. He just seemed to go in there so quickly and kill so many. It's strange. And not to mention a bloody burnt windmill. I mean, it's made out of a tree or something, but they just seem to...
Made out of a tree.
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but...
Like one big tree. Like one great tree.
I need to double check with Alex. It was one big tree, wasn't it? Or was
Yeah,
it
yeah.
just
So
like...
what it looked like was, imagine kind of a great large tree that has been trimmed back so it could be used as a windmill, and then around it, interspersed in those kind of assorted fields and farmland and stuff, there were very much kind of those large giant roots that would, when roots kind of burst up through the ground.
Yeah.
There was that kind of interspersed nearby as well that were kind of the size of normal trees, but it was definitely a single large trunk in the center.
Oh, yeah, it was big. Very big. Like, I mean, the roots themselves were like, and he sort of points towards one of the nearby sort of trees. That tall, so you got to imagine how big this big thing was.
Well,
And,
Dario, you should have said before, that's significant. That's... how much would you know about, like, vegetation around here and stuff, like how normal those kind of size trees are?
Give me a nature check. That's a pretty good roll either way. So firstly, not normal. That's not the standard size for... I want to say it's flora when it's plants. Yeah. Additionally, you vaguely recall from your time studying with your Cell of the Shade network that there was another cell of shade that specifically were looking into land management, and particularly into the magics that culminate and accumulate around agrarian societies.
Okay. Aye, that's not a good thing. That's actually quite bad.
I mean, there were a few people out front.
No, you don't understand. Let me explain. That's not normal. That kind of size of the tree here, the floor. That's not normal. That's very unusual. Meaning that this was probably done because of the whispers or the dream told them to do so, and that is one of the things they need to do before they can awaken this thing.
Hey,
There was
Goggles,
What?
ain't it similar to that tree that was that we came up to in Storia after the the underground library? Did you remember that big old tree that was there? Wasn't that similar?
the one that was. Was it similar, Alex?
Well, the one you came across in the sunken library was a depiction rather than an actual giant tree. I suppose based on descriptions you could see a similarity, like it's giant trees in both of them, but beyond that, one was a depiction, the other's an actual living giant tree in a field.
I could have had similarities.
I just was wondering because if that's the case, and we know they're heading south, and they know that they got to do something with the shore, then maybe if we head down south in the morning, then we can ask around about big trees nearby from the towns.
Well, there's not going to be any more of them, really. It's very unusual. I mean, that they burned that down is probably the only one, if not the only one in the world.
Well, I mean, it obviously isn't normal, but there are some people fighting outside, and they seem to be able to hold themselves.
There was a specific a cell and shade that specifically studied this kind of thing and the magic surrounding them. This is not good. This is a very bad sign.
Yeah, well, it may be your friends who I was trying to say about who, are now dead. I mean, do you know of anyone who can turn into a large boar?
Me.
No, I mean, obviously other people in your, not cult.
There's some other people that can do what I do. Why?
Well, they're very much dead and kidnapped, or dead or kidnapped.
What?
I mean, have you not been hearing what I was saying? Like, these people were fighting outside this giant tree, like they're trying to protect it. And they were competent, at least, I mean, they were holding off 20 of those cultist types for a while. I mean, of course, Mr. Boldman himself, he was dodging and weaving, but I wouldn't be surprised if, judging off your sword-wielding friend, that a few members down.
Maybe what we can do then in the morning is, if we head back towards Ferric, we can find your old friend that was there, see if there's any cells down in the south of the island, because that creature said that they weren't finished, and maybe there's not another one of those big-ass trees, but maybe if there is, then A, someone else may know, B, your friend might know if there's another cell around exploring that kind of thing.
Natara's going to pull out her book and she's going to start scribbling down notes.
Okay. So I think we should probably just try and rest for the evening, recover from that kerfuffle, and then head out in the morning.
Aye.
Okay. I think
Okay.
that's the plan.
Yeah, settling down for the night, that will give you a long rest.
Yay!
Which will allow you to recover. Everyone only spent 1 hit dice. So you can recover the 1 hit dice, recover your hit points, and obviously recover spell slots, as well as all of those other abilities that you have that are more class specific. I'll do the same. I'll do the same for Brannon.
23 hit points for Douglas Barleybury.
Crazy. Awakening fairly early the following morning, and turning off the campfire in the woods with the owl sound.
Oh, poor Al.
Yeah, he's just
No.
not. He just doesn't appear in the morning. It's not his time of day. We should go instead to daytime forest.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the that music, by the way. The background stuff is really nice.
Yeah, for anyone listening who likes it, that's Michael Ghelfi. You can find all those links down below. He does pretty good music. I don't know. Was that a shout out? Was that sellout?
Sellout Tuesdays.
Sellout Tuesdays. You pick yourselves up the following morning, perhaps bruised and aching, but feeling much better condition. Durgus, your arm has returned to a normal size and is responsive as it was before, no longer swollen, bulbous, and unusable. You guys can begin to set out. Now, are you heading back to Farrick across the route that you took up, or are you heading just straight south, or which direction are you heading in to try and follow?
Well, I think we're going to burn the corpses first.
Mm-hmm.
Get it over and done with.
Yeah.
Sort of set up a little pyre, but Durgus would aim to sort of take them back through Farrick and almost retrace his steps, if that makes any sense. Like, try to lead them back towards the guest house to try and investigate there, and obviously see what exactly happened and why they were going on these big old killing sprees.
Oh, you mean the back to the...
Yeah, so you're heading back to the village?
Yeah.
The village.
Okay. So heading back to the village, you circle around the walls. You don't need to enter and pay the extortionate amounts that definitely 100% are not the guards trying to take your money. And return to the guest house. The guest house still seems to kind of loom in this shadow and darkness despite the rising sun in the east. The smoke from the chimney has completely ceased, and as you get closer, you can all pick out the signs where this place has been broken into. Durgas, you can lead them right up to the front door, pointing out where the window appears to have been broken in certain places, showing them on the door where the section where the lock would be has been totally blown inwards.
And and he sort of begins to stomp on through towards the room, obviously, where he saw the choking person, seeing if the corpse was still there.
Yeah, pushing open the door, you're kind of given three ways to head in. You've got a way off to the right that appears to head to a kind of what looks to be sleeping area. There's a couple of beds laid out, but everything looks empty in there. There's a set of stairs directly in front of you that appears to lead up to an upstairs landing. And then there's the route to your left into this kind of common cooking area. Still spread out on the floor is the body, though this time there's no sound of gurgling or breathing. As it lies quite still, the pool of blood has grown since the time that you saw it, and the body looks very much cold, still, and probably totally dead.
My last time I was here, he was still gurgling, but I don't think I could have saved him if I tried. So I think we should just, split up and look for clues. Gotta try and find out, why he came through here and, why he decided to kill these people. Or, take some. And with that, he peered briefly towards the sort of entranceway to, look for any sort of, like, drags of blood to imply that people sort of dragged out, perhaps taken.
Yeah, of course. Give me a survival check again, please.
16.
16's pretty good. You kind of scour around the house, but you can see no other signs of blood or even struggle. It appears there was only one guest in the house when this attack took place. What are the rest of you up to while Durgus kind of snoops around looking for clues?
Jerma's gonna look to Baron and Natara at this point and goes, "Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find anything here. I'm not sure what there is to look for back in the village. I'd be more interested to go see the windmill.
There might be survivors. It's probably worth checking at least the guest house.
Okay, well then let's go take a look at the guest house then.
That's where Durgus is.
Yeah, seeing. Has Durgus gone in, or is he kind of just?
Yeah, he's inside. He's scouring around.
Okay, I think Baron's just going to go and join him then.
Yeah, we'll all help
try
them.
to cover as much ground as they can, as quickly as they can.
Okay, that's fine. As I said, there's no signs of any other struggle. The rest of the building appears to be relatively unblemished. The only real signs of struggle are ones you can find in and around the body, and certainly the only blood you can see is the large pool that is underneath the corpse, which is still lying face down.
Okay, well with that, considering the conversation that was just had, Baron would go to approach Durgus. Are you trying to find anything specific? Or should we keep on moving, following the trail of destruction they've left?
I'm hoping that they came here to find something. I mean, the fact that he just came in here and killed a fella, it seems, a little bit strange. I mean, the others he took, probably to be turned to all those strange culty things, but I don't know why he left this one.
And maybe they were doing it for revenge. I mean, at the end of the day, we did kind of beat the crap out of that Argo fella, and we didn't touch him, but that old entourage, we gave him a bit of trouble. When we were leaving town, I saw about maybe 14 to 15 riders with the same outfits that those cultists had coming through, so they probably did that. It was, probably just a bit of revenge.
You saw them coming through, to reinforce him.
Yeah, we narrowly got out when we were gonna take the bodies away and you left. Well, when we piled everything up and got out of town, these 15 of these guys came on the road. They didn't notice us, so we didn't get stopped or nothing. But they came back into town, and when I came back, all this damage was done here. So I imagine this all what they did, and then maybe they ride up to join the headsman fella.
Hey, well, that explains where those came from. I mean, he just seemed to get them out of nowhere. But I don't know how they'd know, obviously, unless they're listening to these whispers. Maybe they're, this big old tentacle fella they're following has some sort of master plan, coordinate them and stuff. But let's just look around here quickly, check the body itself, see if we can find anything, missing.
I imagine whatever they were looking for, they would have taken it and left, but...
Hey, well, we can hopefully, try and find something misplaced.
Yeah, Baron would kind of nod to that. I'll go have a look over the body. He'd make his way out and just have a once over the body, trying not to disturb it too much.
So are you going to turn it over and actually search it, or are you more just rocking it to one
side?
side?
I mean, he will turn it over and search it, but...
Yeah, you're not going to be ripping its clothes off and stuff.
No.
Give me an investigation with advantage, please.
Oh boy, 2.
Okay. You turn the body over and find that the fella is in fact a woman. Covered in what appears to be kind of green, khaki clothing. The woman is very, very pale. And immediately cold to the touch, the body already quite stiff with rigor mortis. One hand is pressed up against her stomach, clutching at what looks to be a fairly large gaping wound, which you imagine is the source of the pool of blood underneath her. The other one is kind of up around her mouth, almost as if stuck there, as if she fell on her front, and the hand was trapped. As you lift her up, you notice in one of the pockets on her cloak, there is a small piece of parchment poking out. And additionally, on the floor, under where she'd been laying, in her own blood, she has written the words very badly, "Find druids."
Okay. Baron would call over the rest of the group. Still likely holding the actual body. He'd call them all over. I'm assuming the ones that they killed after being here were the druids, but maybe there's some others around. Natara, I don't suppose Shade works with any other druids.
Alex?
Yes?
Does Shade work with any other druids?
You're mostly made up of druids. That's your core membership are druids. Individuals that take any kind of magic and power from the earth, who investigate natural sciences, who, yeah.
We are. Sorry.
There's laughter coming from the village.
Mostly druids?
Yeah. And do you know of any around here other than those that could have potentially been at that windmill?
Do I know of anybody around here, Alex?
No, not around Farrick. It's not a place you've ever come out to before.
That's why I'm saying we should you should go ask your buddy in Varric that's in the city. Just go find her and maybe ask if she knows about any other cells. And we might find out if there's some in the south that might be hit. I mean, they got 2 days on us, so that's where I think we should be going. But hey, I'm just a gnome with a big head.
Was it the parchment that said find druids, or was
No, this
that...
was the 2 words written in blood. The parchment is as of yet unopened.
Okay, well, he'll look to the parchment then. Next.
The parchment has on it, very crudely, what appears to be a list of directions with kind of bad pictures next to them. You recognize what appears to be long grass. Then there's some kind of badly drawn hills. Then there's a kind of arrow moving between 2 odd-shaped rocks. And then there's a kind of arrow leading to what looks to be a big tree.
Does it look like it's got a windmill on the front of it?
You might possibly think it does, yes.
Great.
I think we're maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah. Baron would very quickly pass that over to Durgus. I think that's who she was heading for. You keep having a look around. I'm going to bury her. I don't feel the innocent should die like this. Kind of try and find a nice spot.
Yeah, and obviously seeing the sort of windmilly tree, he'd sort of frown visibly. Well, if that's our only lead, I guess it's our next spot. Hopefully we can find something in the rubble, or maybe a survivor. He sort of awkwardly scratches the back of his neck as he goes to sort of check the surrounding sort of obviously more like damaged areas for maybe any sort of like drawers which have been forced open, or any sort of signs that something's sort of been taken.
Not really. Exploring the building, you find that one of the beds had been taken, recently slept in, and that in the footlocker belonging to it, someone had stored a few things. Though they don't look disturbed, nothing looks taken. Instead, within, you find a small purse that has 3 gold, 5 silver, and 30 coppers.
Yo.
As well as a little dagger, on the blade of which is written the word. Find it. Is written the words "Good hunting, love Helena." And finally, kind of taking up most of the space of the footlocker, there are a bundle of different pelts. They don't look like they've been properly cured yet, but they look like they've been cleaned down to a state in which they won't immediately rot or fetter. There appears to be what looks to be a wolf pelt, a fox pelt, and a couple of hares.
Well, give me a second to add that shit to my inventory, but Durgus will take this. Especially, obviously, the sort of the strange good hunting knife. Before sort of moving back downstairs. Well, I think perhaps I got a name for her. Someone left her a knife, said wished her good hunting. It seems unfortunately she maybe need a good hiding or good running in this case, but I think we should head off. And you sort of go outside to try and see if Baron would finish with the digging.
I imagine he'd probably try and get it done relatively quickly.
Mm-hmm. Whilst Baron is burying the corpse, what are Natara and Geronimo up to?
Geronimo was just kind of waiting around, folding his arms, kind of thinking about a plan of action. The old little cogs in his cog-like mind kind of grinding and working as he thinks of the situation.
Okay, he's in the thinker pose.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Natara?
Yeah, she is looks a bit panicky right now, trying to think about if there's any like druid circles around here outside, like the potential shade cell that she'd know about.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Baron works as quickly as he can. It still takes a while. Digging a grave isn't a quick process, but you manage to bury the corpse a respectful distance so that you know that it's not going to be harassed by wild animals. Stepping back outside of the oppression of the guest house, you emerge back into the still rising sunlight of this fairly crisp early morning. Where to now?
I think we're heading to the remains of that big old tree.
Yep. Onwards and upwards.
Okay. Using Geronimo's previous route, which obviously he is able to lead you along, and following the directions of the piece of paper, which Geronimo you find actually...
You mean Durgus?
Sorry, Durgus, yeah. Confusing all the short people, I'm such a racist.
Oh, wow.
I know, I
That's
can't
awful.
believe it, I'm terrible. Using the directions that were on the piece of paper that seem to kind of almost augment the directions you're able to give Durgus, you quickly make your way through the long grass and then into this hilly section before directing yourself towards where this great tree is. You are able to spot kind of a massive signpost for where it is well before it comes into sight, however, as there is just this very tall, almost plume of thick black smoke that is just rising into the blue sky, quite obvious and clear. Eventually making the final approach, you find yourself in front of the decimated scene, large patches of this quilt of different farmland completely burned up and throwing out their own kind of billowing clouds, but really the worst of the damage done to this single great tree trunk, which is now half the size, blackened and charred all over, where there had once been kind of small windows that perhaps had been carved or formed out of it. Even more smoke just billowing out. The whole thing looks a wreck and a mess, as if no evidence of anything was meant to be left behind here. There are obvious signs of where the battle took place. Great gouges where the tusks of the boar had tore up the ground or turned. In fact, the corpse of the boar still there, lying on its side, as well as evidence where people had fallen over. There's blood on the ground. Gouges where weapons have hit the ground and taken up some of the earth, though you do notice none of the bodies of any of the cultists remain, and Durgus, you definitely did see some of them fall.
I think Durgus is AFK for a moment.
Durgus is deeply thinking about these facts as the rest of you have the scene to take in. You can approach, moving between the fields. The stench of burning wood is thick in the nostrils, alongside that smell of other, more fatty things burning that is a little bit more sickly.
Geronimo's going to try and look around the site. He's going to look for the means at which the burning was made, like any sort of torches that may have been sort of used to throw on there, but also to see if it was magical, at least if there was any spell casting that was done in the in the sort of area. He'd want Brannon to help him.
Give me an investigation, and if we put Brannon on the discerning magic, and he can make an arcana.
Okay, investigation.
Brannon rolls very, very well.
18.
And he got 24. So Brannon begins to kind of move with you. You're both investigating different things. You look for any kind of non-magical, but more scientific causes, or engineering causes for how this fires may have taken place. You're looking for torches, you're looking for chemicals, you're looking for any of the evidence that they've done something physically. Brannon, meanwhile, makes his way around, almost seeming to study the aura and the presence of the area, thinking back to his own training in trying to identify these things. Does he have a detect magic? Because if he does, he would probably need to use this here. He does. It's not prepared, however. I'm not going to change his prepared spells. Brannon,
would he not have prepared it in the morning?
Did you know? I don't know if you knew you were going to be investigating specifically whether there was a magical connection here.
True.
And as I said, I'm not going to change what is prepared from what's previous.
Okay.
Even so, Brannon is able to make his way around, using his expertise and what training he has had to try and identify whether there are any obvious signs that there is some kind of lingering magical presence from someone causing these great infernos. He deduces from what he can see that he's pretty certain there wasn't. However, the only way he could be 100% sure is if he was able to cast the spell himself, though he admits he would need 24 hours or so to really sit down with his book and study that spell before he could use it properly. Geronimo, you perhaps clinch this investigation a little bit more, only because you appear to be looking for the right thing. There are no signs of torches. There's no evidence of those kind of torches that have been discarded or thrown to one side to start these fires. Instead, you notice that routinely at each of the places you come to, you can find a particular patch that looks almost like as if someone had dropped something and spilled it, where the burning appears to have been very, very intense and then spread out quickly, giving it this slight kind of distorted, just different shade of dark and char that gives you this evidence. Additionally, around these areas you find very small shards of glass that suggest broken bottles and things like that. You couldn't say exactly what might have been the exact cause of this, only because you have no samples yourself, but you are aware of certain chemicals that, when in contact with the air, rapidly explode or ignite, and so it's very likely that, unless there was a magical component, this was some kind of chemical they had that they would keep in these sealed containers that they would then throw, and it would kind of just spread and ignite very quickly.
Would the remains be very similar to the pot that the Tear of Earth was contained in that I have?
No.
No.
No,
Okay.
those were kind of archaic, rusted, dated metal contraptions. These are more akin to modern magical potion bottles, or even the kind of small ceramic, or glass in this case, balls that certain explosives were sometimes designed in back in your time as an engineer.
Got it.
So I'm back, by the way. Did I miss anything? Like major?
Only briefly that there was that you don't spot any corpses from any of the cultists that have been left around, even though you know that some of them were killed. So they clearly have taken their dead.
Okay. I think if that's the case, is there any sort of visible way into this tree, or has it just been completely burned down, like the door? Like
There's still a sizable charred stump remaining, and in fact the entranceway to it, where there was a door, has completely burned out and collapsed. Getting closer, you are immediately struck in the face by these just gouts of black smog and smoke that is still coming off of this thing. Standing this close, even after this long, the embers still remain, and this wood is still red hot to be near. You can just about stomach being this close, like face to face with it. But going in, you can't spend hours sitting there, especially not with this smoke coming out. It's already starting to kind of choke and clog up the lungs. But quickly sticking your head in, there is just this black skeleton of just completely charcoaled wood that seems to suggest there were kind of what were probably levels built inside the interior of this thing, which was hollow, but they have completely burned through and collapsed in, and there is just this pile of ash and charcoal in the middle that is still giving off most of the smoke and flames. And you can see very deeply that kind of soft red glow, suggesting that right at the very heart of this pile of timber, it's still burning quite viciously, even if it's doing so quietly.
Okay. And as he sort of peers around, he sort of tries to squint, obviously sort of fighting off the smoke as it gets in his, I imagine now, relatively sort of reddening eyes. Would you be able to see any sort of like glints or, sort of like any sign that something has survived in here?
Give me a perception, please.
21.
21's pretty good. You can see the faint outline, the kind of structure, if you will, of bits and pieces that clearly were not destroyed in the inferno. However, almost all of them are covered in the ash, you reckon probably still red hot. It will probably take a number of hours or a great deal of kind of water and dousing before anything here becomes recoverable beyond scalding your hands.
Okay. So sort of easing back, he'd a bit of a spluttering cough, sort of wipe his eyes, which are starting to water from the smoke. Well, it seems some things have survived. I mean, not masses, but you could always come back here in a few hours once it's cooled. I think right now you'd be a bit suicidal to go in. Well, I mean, unless you got some magics. And he sort of looks towards Geronimo, Natara, and Brandon quite hopefully now.
Yeah, well, from what I can see, that it seems to be these fires were made from some sort of a chemical compound that, when thrown out and broken from a sort of glass vial, make a sort of explosion. So, but for going into the fire, that ain't my cup of tea.
Brandon is going to speak up and say, well, I suppose I have my mage hand, though it would take hours of me sifting through. Other than that, I can create a wave of energy outwards from myself. But he looks at the windmill, or what remains of it. I might bring the whole building down on top of me if I do that.
And I don't really have much to offer here, Douglas.
No, sadly not. Me neither.
Geronimo, you know how you can, well, you made Hattie's hat all, funky and bubbly when you're underwater. He's trying a way to get that to, happen when we're, how do I put this, out of the water.
Yeah. I think it only works underwater, but I ain't sure.
And can't you, spark it or something? So this happen for a little while.
Would
Because
that be
I could
possible?
put that on at least to take my face.
No, because the enchantment is specifically of water breathing. I believe it's not just of, like, fresh air or something like that. So it is specific to breathing underwater.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, for you, imagine it's something that will only activate with contact or like being submerged in water. That's kind of like the activation key. Without that bit, it doesn't do anything.
John kind of thinks a little while and goes and shakes his head. Nah, unfortunately, it sort of has a response mechanism with the magic when it hits water that I ain't got one for smog and smoke and fire and stuff like that.
Alright, well, that's worth a shot. If that's the case, I think the only thing left to do is, follow their trail itself. I mean, I could maybe look around to see if anyone escaped, and he sort of squints now, peering towards the ground, seeing if there were any sort of footfalls which weren't covered with ash, which seemed to go a different way from obviously the main group who were heading towards the horses.
I just realised I was muted. So hang on, so they're heading towards where the horses were?
Yeah, because obviously I imagine the majority of the feet were heading towards the horses, obviously, because that's where they sort of dragged off. And
That's where they moved to, yep.
Yeah, he's going to try and look around, obviously like shifting through the ash and stuff to see if there's any sort of footfalls which seem to go a different way, like implying, maybe someone escaped or something along those lines.
Yeah, sure. Give me a survival check.
God, thank God I put proficiency in this.
Oh, because of the ash, you can have advantage as well.
Oh damn, 23 anyway.
Perfect. Okay. It takes some time making your way around the building as the others kind of inspect where the horses were, but really the rest of you kind of are able to agree with what Durgus already knew, which is that it seems the party went to wherever Durgus said the horses were and appear to have ridden off. Durgus, circling the shell of this windmill, you find very faintly a pattern that you pick out. At first you don't really notice it. It's something you can put down to, other things falling. But as you notice the kind of trail and track and see that kind of repetition that you recognize as belonging to tracks, you realize that someone with very small feet made their way out of the back of this place. You can't tell really from where. They seem to start at part of the charred wall, so they probably didn't come out through a door. They might have fallen or jumped, or you don't know for certain, but they definitely started there, and it kind of moves through the ash towards the trees that are slightly further on eastwards from where you are standing. They continue through the ash and they're quite noticeable. You can follow them that way, and then as you get to the edge of where this kind of blackened, charred inferno steps out to, you clearly see these ashen footprints moving off towards the undergrowth and the trees, and then with just, you imagine kind of like a day passing with the wind, with all of that thing, the footprints kind of vanish, but clearly someone quite small made their way into the small forest to the east.
Yeah, I imagine the others would see this Durgus, like a bloody bloodhound, just circles around a few times and sort of wanders off towards the east. And then he pauses for a moment, finally turns back around and goes, "Right. Now, even my eyes did playing tricks, so I think we may have a, well, maybe not a survivor, but at least someone who was there to witness it. They were small, admittedly, quite small, but they seem to head this way."
Well, let's
Go in
go
there.
and find them.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess we could continue south, but I don't think we'll be able to catch up in time. They're gonna do whatever they're gonna do down there, if we're there or not. So perhaps if we find a survivor, they might be able to, give some insight.
Okay. That sounds like a good plan for us to end on. Because we've got about 5 minutes towards kind of 11 o'clock anyway. So I think we can call the session there.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic. Okay,
Nice.
so we shall set off the next session with our investigation into the little forest. Down on my notes. I just realised I'm talking behind my mic, which isn't very good, but whatever.
Distant Alex isn't real. Distant Alex can't hurt you.
Distant Alex appears every time he has to lean forward and write notes.
Terrifying.
But yeah, overall, a very interesting session. Definitely not where I thought we'd end up. I 100% was planning for some possible character deaths and ways I might be able to avoid a TPK, because you guys are morons.
It's more.
Sure. But to everybody else, we've obviously finished a little bit earlier, so we'll go through some of our after session stuff live on stream, because that might be quite interesting to others. Please do stick around, because we're going to chat about the campaign. We've got some other stuff to chat about, because obviously we were really grateful for the raid we had earlier, and one of the things that was mentioned in the kind of run of chat was supporting us and helping us get up to affiliate, and that's actually something we're going to talk amongst ourselves for a minute that you might want to listen in on. And then finally, we would like to do a raid at the end, because, pass them along love to the community. We are a part of it, and as we have just seen, they help us out, so we want to return that favour. But the first thing we go through is bonds. We kind of have and haven't been doing them as regularly as we like, but, we're tired at 11 o'clock at night. So does anyone feel they've resolved any bonds?
Look at mine again. Give me a second.
That's no problem.
I kind of feel like there's more progress on my long one of Durgus being an amendable drinking companion. I should test their metal.
Okay.
And although they haven't kind of been down pub with lads, like I feel like they've definitely been in like situations where the two of them have been the front line and kind of holding the big nasties back.
Yeah, there's that companionship, even if it's more of a warrior's companionship.
Yeah. And my narrative one still needs to change from the one I sent you a while ago. But yeah, I don't know how Jensen feels about the long term on Baron.
Oh, no, I think definitely after like the sort of tournament arc, they bonded far more after that. And I feel today, at least it has sort of solidified that Durgus and Baron, they are the fighty boys, like they are the warriors. So
yeah. Think
the
with
big old
their
ass kicking.
hands.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. If you're okay with that as well, Alan.
No, I'm fine with that.
No, I'm happy with that. So that will be your bond there resolved. I'm also just checking back for the narrative one that you did send me and I didn't update. Because I'm a big poo-poo. Because I can do that now as well. Yeah, clip it.
Sweet. I'll make sure to get another long term.
I think my short term has been resolved. Yeah, it probably should have solved last session, but obviously I wasn't here. But obviously it's Natara's knowledge and Uncanny. I need to know more about her. And I feel with that, he's obviously learned a whole lot more about Shade in recent days. And that's obviously what they actually do. Because before he generally thought it was some sort of cult, but he's starting to understand now that it's maybe some sort of weird science collective. And he understands briefly, where her knowledge comes from.
Yeah,
not how she actually does it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Keth, I don't know if you're here, but would you agree with that kind of sentiment?
I think it's just went BRB real quick.
It happens to the best of us. Okay, that's fine. Anyone else then? I mean, Jensen, I'm happy with what you just said there. Obviously, we'll get Keth's opinion when she gets back, but yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary of a bond well worked.
Yeah, I have nothing myself.
Okay, so we'll bring that one up briefly when Keth gets back. In the meantime, we can move on to our affiliate stuff, which is that yes, we are looking at affiliate. Like, it's something that we went into this talking about, and I was always very harsh with the understanding of we'll get there. Like the meme, we'll get there when we get there. But obviously it's something people want us to do, and we've had a few people be like, we'd love to support you, and that's obviously amazing. And being affiliate is kind of a requirement to get to that point. So it's something we're looking at. And the main hurdle, I guess, we've hit with that is the extra streams. Like, we've got the followers, we've got the hours, we've got everything bar the number of streams in 30 days. And that's because in 30 days, we don't stream 7 times. Once a week is 4 according to their algorithm. Technically 5 if you want to be mathematical, but they work it out. Yeah, they work it out as 4 because that's how they work it out. Which means we need to find 3 more streams over 30 days, which is essentially 3 weeks of 2 streams and then 1 week of 1. Which is definitely possible. We can manage that, we can do that, but it's simply for us a question of what we do. Now, we've been talking about a lot of different stuff. We've mentioned Let's Quest before, who are another fantastic D&D group who you can go and find and follow, and we've been in talks with them about doing a kind of collaborative thing, but their GM's kind of just started his more episodic stuff, and he's moving, and there's, life gets in the way of that, so that's a difficult one to say for certain we could do 3 times in 30 days. We've also talked about playing other games, but again, like, we play D&D, we're not a variety stream, we're not, that's never what the vibe of this was going to be. So we're struggling with games to pick out. So we were looking at Dark Alliance, the new D&D action RPG that's coming out, because that kind of fits in with what we do. But again, it's not out yet. We were also looking at kind of more single-player role-playing games that we kind of play as a group where one person plays and we just kind of commentate and have a bit of fun, which was interesting. But again, we don't really know what interest people might have. And we were also talking about playing a couple of one-shots where people can play with us and we don't have necessarily the normal cast, and we just have kind of an assortment of different people that could also include viewers. That's possible. So we've got kind of all of these ideas on the board. So if it's something you would be interested in, and especially if it's something that you might want to take part in, then feel free to send messages, send ideas, send loads of stuff like that. Like, I don't know about everyone else because I've just kind of been talking and monologuing it, but
to our Discord. Yes, we have a Discord, and if you have ideas like that, you should definitely join our Discord and post them there.
Yeah,
and potentially join us in these one shots, since Alex casually forgot to mention that.
I'm just not very good as a salesperson.
That's all right. That's why
I'm all about the hobby. I'm not about the monetization. It's what I'm about.
Go ahead and give us money.
Yeah,
I think I think, as I mentioned before the stream, I'd love to do I was gonna say Darkest Dungeon, that's not what I meant. Skull thing. Skull
yes, Keth.
Who set up the Nightbot? Because someone turned off that Nightbot can't post links. They need to turn off the setting on Twitch that you can post link, and then set Nightbot to that you can't post link, but the Nightbot can post links. So yeah, okay, yeah,
sure. That was a lot. That was a lot of words. Could just send.
That was a lot of words.
Just send the link. There you go.
So there's the invite to Discord. We'll fix Nightbot up, and we'll fix the alerts. That's obviously been a problem because it's not showing up.
As you can see, one person takes streaming very seriously. But yeah, so we're going to try and push for affiliate, and if we can drag people into that and make it a bit of fun, I think we will. But I think that's all of the affiliate stuff done. That's kind of the after session stuff done. Keth, I know you messaged to say all the stuff with the Jensen Bond. Yeah, Jensen Bond stuff was good. So I think we're going to go find another stream to Gatecrash. Wait, no, I'll be a salesperson. Look, be impressed by me, those of you who care. We also put all of this up on YouTube. That is linked. That is linked below, and you can go. Yeah, I'm getting better at this. You can go and find that below. Close. Yeah, you can go and find that below. Basically, all of the streams go up there. If you've missed X amount of weeks, if you want to see how the story began, if you want to hear lots of excuses as to why we had technical difficulties, it's all up there.
All there, and new episodes goes up every Monday, which Alex forgot to say. So this episode will be going up next Monday, and the last episode went up yesterday.
That. But now we should go and find another stream to raid because we want to give back. So let's find one of these streams that we like the look of. Let's find someone new. What
about this D&D Beyond group? This
D&D
yeah.
D&D Beyond? Pff, no, that's not a functioning business. They've never made any money. What have we got here? Journey to Ragnarok. We love Vikings. Monster Hunter one shot. Ooh.
D&D. Oh, what's this? By Wolf Captain Blade.
I don't know. I'm seeing D&D with the Boys by Big Boss Beholder.
Well, I do like boys.
Where is
Can we clip that as well? We also have Nick's Blackheart, the Adventures of the Blackheart Brigade. Tomb of Abrucelation, clearly a Tomb of Annihilation. That's
We've done that. We've done that.
Draken 87.
So like
maybe.
Where's that?
Oh, hang on. We've got Massive Effect, Telia Misfits, episode 10.
Why don't we do D&D with the board? No,
I don't know. D&D with the Boys, maybe.
D&D with the Boys. That
D&D with the Boys. Okay, Big Boss Beholder. That's where we're going. So please stick around, join the raid, jump on in. We'll see if these are nice people that recognize us, because we 100% ignore raids when we're in the middle of doing stuff, but expect other people to respond to us because we're good people. So we are raiding. What are they? Big Boss Beholder. Big Boss, and you'll have
Beholders in caps.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say Beholders in caps. That was too many D's. Said no one ever. / raid Big Boss Beholder. There we go. So jump on into that. Make sure you say hello. Make sure we say lots of raids. Things. We'll hop on in.
You're really hip with the kids.
Honestly, I know all of the language. If I just repeat the words "hop on in" again, all the kids will join.
Dabbing.
Dabbing. I'm dabbing right now. You just can't see it.
I can hear the struggle in your voice.
Yeah. You can tell. It's not because it's a super late night. Okay, have a good weekend, everyone, when you get there, and we will see you all again next week. Bye bye for now.